To learn a language is to have one more window from which to look at the world. Language course French, a comprehensive starter by Deepa Arun. The course overview. Who can learn? Anyone having a flair to learn French language? Persons traveling to French countries for work or for vacations? Want to speak French in restaurants? Converse with cab drivers? Tell and ask directions. At the airport, negotiate at a shop, etc. Students struggling to understand the grammar concepts? This course will guide to better and clear understanding of the grammar concepts and help to speak, read and write confidently. Aspiring to write exams for any certifications? This course material is designed to help and guide you to success. Why learn French? French is a beautiful language. It sounds very melodic. It's an official language in almost 29 countries and widely spoken after English. Learning French opens up wider horizons for choosing your career, higher studies, new business opportunities, explore culture in these countries. Why to choose this learning course? Having many years of experience as a French teacher from kids to adults helped me to develop this course from the learner's perspective. This course is designed to cater the needs of all age levels and complete beginners. This course addresses the difficulties I faced when I learned French. Comprehensive modules starting from the alphabets, pronunciations, so it helps you in reading and speaking. Most of the frequently used verbs covered, and most importantly, similarly conjugated verbs grouped together so that the learning of its conjugations becomes easier. How to make simple sentences using these verbs. Difference between two words with similar meanings and when to use them. Basic vocabulary, many nouns and phrases used in different places like airports, shops, restaurants, clinics, etc. The petite nuances that I was not aware of when I started learning French. By learning and practicing this course, the learner will be able to converse well in basic communication with the French-speaking countries, have a good understanding of grammar and pronunciations, enabler for beginner certifications in French language, like DELF A1 level, and realize the value for money. Wish you all the best. Let's start this course by learning the French alphabets. The French alphabets are same as in English. However, the pronunciations are different. Learning them is important to pronounce and spell words in French. Let's start. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, B, W, X, Y, Z. Let me explain few pronunciations again. The English alphabets A and E. A is pronounced as A with the mouth wide open, and E is pronounced as mouth little closed and rounded. Next are the English alphabets G and J. G is pronounced as J in French, and the English alphabet J is pronounced as J in French. The alphabet R is pronounced as R. While using them in words, at the beginning it might be a little difficult, but with practice we can get it. The next alphabets are V and W. V is pronounced as way and W is pronounced as double, meaning 2 times V. Let me repeat all the alphabets one more time. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, E, G, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. Les voyelles et les prononciations and liaison et elision. Let's learn as to what are the vowels in French, pronunciations of different combination of letters and liaison et elision. Il y a 6 vowels en français. There are 6 vowels in French. A, E, I, O, U, A, Y. They are A, E, I, O, U and Y. These are the 6 vowels in French. The other alphabets are called as the consonants. We learned how to pronounce the alphabets in French, but there are some major differences in the pronunciation of some letters when combined with another consonant or a vowel. I have given few of the combinations here and its pronunciations. This will help you while pronouncing a word. Les prononciations. CH together is pronounced as sh, as in shares, cash. GNE is pronounced as near, near, as in Almania, Campania. OI is pronounced as wa, wa, as in foi, bois. OU is pronounced as ou, as in nouvelle, boulot. AU is pronounced as O, as in O, chevaux. EU is pronounced as as in cheveux, the. Please have a good note on these two pronunciations. AU is pronounced as O and EU is pronounced as So horse is pronounced as chevaux because it has an AU here, and hair is pronounced as cheveux because it has a EU here. Please note this difference very well. On a lighter note, especially when you go to a salon for a haircut, make sure you pronounce hair as cheveux and not as chevaux. The next ones are AN and ON pronounced as on, as in France, France, cochon, cochon. SS, two S's together is pronounced as S, as in coussin, poisson. S, one S is pronounced as Z. It has a Z sound, Z, as in cousin, poison. Here again, have a good note on these two. 2S and single S. 2S has the S sound, and 1S has the Z sound, Z sound. So fish is pronounced as poisson and poison is pronounced as poison. Make sure you ask for poisson, which means fish, in any restaurant in France, and not for poison, which means poison. A small note. We generally don't pronounce the last letter of the word if it's a consonant, which means if any word ends with a consonant in French, we don't pronounce them. For example, MAIS.
Here this word ends with a consonant. We don't pronounce the S. We pronounce this word as may. As I mentioned, we generally don't pronounce the last letter of the word if it's a consonant, except for the consonants C, R, F, L, B, K. If the word ends with any of these consonants, for example, LAC, lac, we pronounce the C here. Avril, we pronounce the L here, even though they are consonants. Hope you understood the pronunciations of few combinations of letters. Now let's learn about liaison and elision. Liaison means linking and elision means omission. Let's look at them in detail. Liaison. As I mentioned before, we don't pronounce the consonants in French. When these consonants are followed by a vowel, we do a liaison, a link with the consonant and the vowel while pronouncing the two words. For example, des amis, D-E-S and A-M-I-S. These are two words. This word ends with a consonant, so we don't pronounce the S, but it's followed by a word that starts with a vowel, A. So what we do is we do a link. This is called as liaison. So this will be pronounced as des amis, des amis, les enfants, les enfants. So we do a liaison and it is one single S. It has the Z sound. Whereas if you look at this example, DES and PHOTOS. Here this word ends with a consonant S and this word also starts with a consonant. So there is no link here. We pronounce it as de photo. That's it. Hope you understood the difference between this and this. Des amis. You pronounce this S and A together as is it. But since here the next word starts with a consonant, there is no link here. We pronounce these two words as de photo. There is no liaison because S is not followed by a vowel. Let's learn what is elision. Elision means omitting a letter. For example, let's take this. Le ami. Here there are two vowels, E and A, next to each other. So elision means we remove the letter E and replace it with an apostrophe. So it becomes L apostrophe A-M-I. So the pronunciation also becomes lami. So it is not le ami, it's pronounced as lami. Another example is this. Instead of pronouncing as je, a, we remove this E, put an apostrophe because there are two vowels together and it becomes j'ai, which means I have. Hope you understood all these well. These would surely help you while pronouncing the words and while reading sentences. Les accents. We are going to learn about the different accents in French. Il existe 5 accents en français. There are 5 accents in French. L'accent aigu, l'accent grave, l'accent circonflexe, l'accent tréma, et l'accent cédille. Let me explain about each accent and why do we use them in detail. The first one is l'accent aigu. Est utilisé uniquement sur E, which means it is used only over the letter E. It is used to modify the pronunciation. This is the symbol of the accent aigu. For example, let's take this word, canapé. Without this accent aigu, you will not get the A sound. In order to get the A sound, we use the accent aigu over the letter E. Un canapé. It is mostly used when E is the first letter of the word. For example, une école. It's also used when E is the last letter of a word. Un café. And this includes even if the word ends with a plural S or an E. In these examples, if you see, even though the word ends with an S and E, this E will have the accent aigu. Des canapés, un lycée. Hope you understood what is accent aigu and why do we use them. The next accent is l'accent grave. This is the symbol of the accent grave. Est utilisé sur a, e, u. It is used over the vowels a, e and u. For example, mère. It is used mostly to distinguish between homophones. For example, ou in French means or, but ou with an accent grave means where. Similarly, a is a conjugated verb which translates to have in English, but a with an accent grave means at. Let's now look at the differences between the pronunciation of these two accents, accent aigu and accent grave, when placed above the letter E. Accent aigu has the pronunciation A, deba, école, whereas accent grave has the pronunciations A, mère, père. This example, if you see, has both the accents. Légère, légère. Hope you understood the difference. The next accent is l'accent circonflexe. This is the symbol of the accent circonflexe. It is also called as a chapeau. Est utilisé sur a, e, i, o, u. It is used above the vowels a, e, i, o, u. It is said to replace the s in the English words. For example, the English word hospital becomes a hôpital in French, wherein you remove the s and put a circumflex over the letter o. Forest becomes une forêt with the circumflex over the letter e after removing the letter s. Haste becomes une hâte with the circumflex over the letter a after removing the s. And isle becomes une île with a circumflex over the letter I after removing the S. The next accent is l'accent cédille. This is the symbol of the accent cédille. Est utilisé sous C, devant les voyelles A, O, U, pour obtenir le son S. This accent is used below the letter C before the vowels A, O and U to obtain the sound S, because generally the letter C is pronounced as K before the vowels A, O and U without the cedille. Example, cahier, cousin, cuisine. If you see in all these examples, the letter C is pronounced as K before the vowels A, O and U. Therefore, in order to pronounce as S instead of K, we use the cedille below the letter C before the vowels A, O and U. Example, français, façon, dessus. However, before the vowels E and I, it is pronounced as S without the cedille. Example, ceci, cela. The next accent is l'accent tréma. This is the symbol for tréma. Est utilisé sur E, I, U. So this is used above the vowels E, I and U. It is generally placed over the second of the two consecutive vowels to show that both the vowels have to be pronounced separately. Example, Noel. Here if you see, both O and E has to be pronounced. Another example is MAIS without the trema over the letter I and MAIS with a trema over the letter I. This is pronounced as may, which means but, and this is pronounced as mais because there is a trema over the letter I and A and I has to be pronounced separately. Hope you understood the different accents in French and why do we use them. Gender in French. Knowing the gender of a noun in French is very important. We use the articles or the adjectives based on the gender of the noun. In French, each noun has a gender. It can be masculine or feminine. When you learn a new word, always learn it along with its gender. There are no hard and fast rules in French to say as in which word is masculine or feminine. In general, the letter E represents the feminine form in French. Generally, we add an E to convert from masculine to feminine, but not all nouns ending with E are feminine. There are many exceptions. Please remember this nicely because many people, whenever they see a noun ending with E, they immediately think it's feminine and put the feminine article or the feminine adjective. But yes, E represents, as I've mentioned here, E represents the feminine form in French, but there are many exceptions. So not all nouns ending with E are feminine. And as mentioned, there are no hard and fast rule given that these nouns are masculine and these nouns are feminine in French. But there is a small tip wherein you can say the nouns ending with these endings like EAU, AL, AIL, IER, OIR, MENT, TEUR and ISME are generally masculine. Please remember this word generally. When I say generally, it means majority of these endings are masculine, but not all. There are exceptions. Now, I have given few examples with these endings, which are masculine nouns. Example, manteau. Manteau means coat. Journal. Journal means newspaper. Travail. Travail means job. Cahier means notebook. Mouchoir means tissue. Appartement means apartment. Ordinateur means computer. Tourisme means tourism. Now, the nouns ending in E accent aigu, T, E accent aigu, URE, TION, ANCE and AISON are generally feminine. Again, generally. It means most of the nouns having these endings are feminine, but there are as usual exceptions. Few examples of the nouns which are feminine ending in these letters are arrivé means arrival, beauté means beauty, nature means nature, natation means swimming, fragrance means fragrance, saison means season. Remembering all these endings might be difficult in the beginning, but it comes with lots of practice. So that's why, as I mentioned earlier, please, whenever you learn a new word, learn it along with its gender. Then that becomes easy for you. Let's learn on how to convert singular nouns to plural nouns. We generally add an S to the singular noun to make it plural. For example, un jardin, des jardins, une table, des tables, un verre, des verres. In all these examples, you add an S to the singular form. But there are few exceptions. If a noun ends in S, X or Z, it remains the same in the plural form. Examples, un nez, des nez, un pays, des pays, une voix, des voix. So in all these examples, if you see, the singular nouns are ending in S, X and Z. It remains the same in the plural form also. The next one is, if a noun ends in AL, then we put in AUX after removing the AL. So you see all these nouns end in AL. You remove the AL and replace it with an AUX. Un journal becomes des journaux. Un animal becomes des animaux. Un hôpital becomes des hôpitaux. So in all these examples, you replace the AL with an AUX in the plural form. The next one is, if a noun ends in U, we add an X. Un tableau, des tableaux, un rideau, des rideaux, un caillou, des cailloux. So in all these examples, the singular nouns end in U. You add an X to make it plural. Hope you understood on how to convert singular noun to plural nouns. Let's learn about two important articles in French. Indefinite article and definite article. L'article indéfini et l'article défini. Let's see its definitions and when to use them. I would have used the same examples for both of them so that it will be easy to understand as to why I used the indefinite article here and why I used definite article here. Let's now start. What is an indefinite article? L'article indéfini. Un, une, des. Ils sont utilisés devant les noms de personnes ou de choses en général. They are used before nouns of persons and things in general. Indefinite articles refers to people or things that are not specific. It's more generic. For example, if I'm saying a musée means a museum. Une tour means a tower. An ami means a friend. In all these examples, the nouns are more generic. We don't know the name of the museum. We don't know what tower we are talking about. And an ami, a friend, very generic. So in all these places, you use the indefinite article. We also use indefinite article quand on présente un nom pour la première fois. So it means when we present the noun for the first time, also we use the indefinite article. Example, c'est un musée. In this sentence, the word museum, the noun museum is presented for the first time. Therefore, we use the indefinite article. We use un for masculine nouns, une, une for feminine nouns, des, des for plural nouns. Un and une corresponds to a or an in English and they corresponds to some in English. Let's look at these examples. All these examples use the indefinite article because it is more generic. C'est un livre. This is a book. Livre is masculine, hence I have used un as the indefinite article. C'est une trousse. This is a pencil box. Trousse is feminine, hence I have used une as the indefinite article. Ce sont des stylos. These are pens. Stylo is plural, hence I have used des. Hope you understood what are indefinite articles and when to use it. Let's now learn the definition of definite articles and when to use them. L'article défini. Le, la, l'apostrophe et les. Ils sont utilisés pour parler de choses ou de personnes bien spécifiques. They are used to talk about very specific things or people. As I mentioned earlier, I have used the same examples for a better understanding. Le musée du Louvre. If you see here, I would have used un musée, but here le musée du Louvre because we are talking about a particular museum. We know what museum it is. Hence, we have used the definite article here. La Tour Eiffel. Here again, if you see, we are talking about the Eiffel Tower. It's more specific. Hence, we use the definite article here. Whereas, here if you say une tour, I would have used an indefinite article here because it's more generic. We don't know about which tower we were talking about. The next one is l'ami de Charles. Here again, we are saying it's Charles' friend. We are specifying whose friend it is, rather than just saying a friend, an ami. One more thing to note here is, in English, we say Charles' friend, but here I would have used the preposition the. We say l'ami de Charles. Generally, for saying the possessions like Charles' friend or Catherine's pencil box, we use the preposition the. Hope you understood why I used indefinite article in these examples and definite article in these examples. We also use definite article lorsqu'on se réfère à une personne ou une chose déjà identifiée, when referring to a person or a thing that we already mentioned before. Let's see the sentence. C'est un musée. Dans le musée, il y a des tableaux. We used an indefinite article here because we are presenting this noun for the first time. Whereas I have used a definite article here because we are talking about the same noun that we already mentioned. Hope you understood the difference. We also use definite articles after these verbs. Après les verbes aimer, adorer, préférer, détester. After these verbs, we use the definite article. We use le for masculine nouns, la for feminine nouns, les for plural nouns, l apostrophe before a vowel. Let's now look at these examples. Since I have used the same ones as I used here, you know by now the gender of all these nouns. I have used le because livre is masculine, la because theus is feminine, les because it is plural, and l apostrophe because the noun starts with a vowel. C'est le livre de Thomas. This is Thomas's book. C'est la trousse de Catherine. This is Catherine's pencil box. Ce sont les stylos d'Alex. These are Alex's pens. C'est l'ami d'Alice. This is Alice's friend. J'adore la musique classique. I love classical music. Why I have used the definite articles here is because the nouns are more specific here. Here it's a book in general, whereas here it's Thomas's book, Catherine's pencil box, Alex's pens. So we all know more about the noun. We all know whose book it is, whose friend it is. So we use definite articles in all these examples. I've used la here because music is feminine, and with adore we use the definite article as I mentioned already. Hope you all understood clearly what are indefinite and definite articles and when to use them. Les pronoms sujets. Subject pronouns. Les pronoms personnels sujets se servent à identifier la ou les personnes qui parlent. The personal subject pronouns are used to identify the person who speaks. It refers to any person, animal or thing who carries out the action in a sentence. For example, if I say, I play football, here the subject pronoun is I because I am the person who performs the action in the sentence. Knowing the right subject pronouns are important because the verb is conjugated in respect to the subject. First, let's learn about the different subject pronouns and then we will see with examples when to use which subject pronoun. I have divided them into two parts, singular and plural. Let's first look at the singular subject pronoun. The first one is the first person singular, which is je or j apostrophe before a vowel, means I. The second person singular pronoun is tu, which means you. We use tu while addressing to a single person in an informal way. If you see, I have mentioned vous also means you and tu also means you. When to use tu and when to use you, I have explained it in detail later. The next one is third person singular subject pronoun. Il or elle. Il means he and elle means she. Now let's look at the plural subject pronouns. The first person plural subject pronoun is nous, which means we. The second person plural subject pronoun is vous, which again means you while addressing to a single person in the formal way, and it also means you all while addressing to a big gathering or a group of people. The next is third person plural subject pronoun. It is ILS or ELLES. S is silent, so it's pronounced as il or L. We use ILS when you address a group of male and you use ELLES while addressing to a group of female. If there's a combination of both male and female, then you use ILS. Let's now repeat all the subject pronouns once again. Je, tu, il, elle, nous, vous, il, elle. There is one more subject pronoun called as on, O-N-O. Let's see what it means in detail. Le sujet pronom on se conjugue à la troisième personne du singulier, which means we conjugate it like how we conjugate il or elle. It is the informal way of nous, mostly used in oral. It also refers to everybody. For example, in English, we say one must follow rules. In this scenario, the word one, which refers to everyone, is written as en in French. Let's now do an exercise wherein you need to guess the subject pronouns. All these examples are based on the person Isabel. She is the first person singular, and all these examples refers to as if Isabel is talking about someone or Isabel is talking to someone. When Isabel is addressing or talking to someone, I have given those examples with an hyphen here. I have also given all the subject pronouns for quick reference here. I also want to mention here that this exercise is mainly to understand which subject pronoun to use, because the verb is conjugated based on the subject we use. For example, if you see here, the spelling of the verb jouer, I would have used different spellings here. That's because we are conjugating the verb based on the subject. That's why knowing the right subject pronoun to use is very important. Let's start. The first one is, I play tennis. Here the person doing the action is Isabel. First person singular. So we will use je here. Je joue au tennis. I love sweets. Here too, the person doing the action is the first person singular, but it will be J apostrophe because it's followed by a vowel. Let's look at the next example. Mark and Anthony play together. Isabel is talking about two people, Mark and Anthony. So they are third person. And since we are talking about more than one people, it is plural. So it's third person plural. We will have to use ILS or ELLES. We use here ILS because Mark and Anthony are group of boys. Ils jouent ensemble. Let's look at the next example. Me, Mark and Anthony play together. Here if you see, the first person Isabel is also included. It will be first person plural, nous, that is we. Hope you understood the difference between these two. Why we used ILS here and why we used nous here. In the previous example, it's like saying they play together. But here, since Isabel is also included, it will be we play together. Hence, we use nous as the subject pronoun. Nous jouons ensemble. The next one is Mark. You play well. I have mentioned it with an hyphen. So it means Isabel is talking to Mark. So when you talk to someone or when you're addressing to someone directly, then it is second person. Here it is Mark is one person, so it's second person singular. So we will use tu here. Mark, tu joues bien. The next example is Mr. Anthony, you play well. Here again, Isabel is directly talking to a person and it is singular, but she's addressing with respect. She's using the formal way. So when you're addressing to a single person in a formal way, it will be second person plural. So we will use vous here. Monsieur Anthony, vous jouez bien. The next one is, dear friends, you're all intelligent. Here again, Isabel is addressing or talking to a group of people. So it will be second person plural. Therefore, we will again use vous here. Chers amis, Vous êtes intelligent. Next example is Mark is my best friend. Here Isabel is talking about Mark. She is talking about someone. Therefore, it is third person singular. It's like saying he is my best friend. So we will use here il because Mark is a male. Il est mon meilleur ami. The next one is Mary lives in Paris. Here again, Isabel is talking about Mary. It will be third person singular, and since Mary is a female, we will use ELLE. Elle habite à Paris. It's like saying she lives in Paris. Mary and Claire are friends. In this scenario, Isabel is again talking about two people, Mary and Claire. So it will be third person plural, but we will use here ELLES because both Mary and Claire are females. It will be elles sont amies. They are friends. Mary, Mark and Anthony live together. Here also Isabel is talking about three different people, Mary, Mark and Anthony. It will be third person plural, but will we use ILS or ELLES? Correct, we will use ILS because it is a group of boys and girls. If we have a group of boys and girls, then we will use ILS. So we say, ils habitent ensemble. They live together. These two examples here are given to show that subject pronouns can also refer to things and not only to people. For example, here, this table is very heavy. And if I have to say, it is very heavy, how do I say that? You should use the third person subject pronoun. But will we use il or elle? That depends on the gender of the noun or the thing. In the coming slides, you will learn that all nouns has a gender. It's either masculine or feminine. Here in this example, we will use elle because table, table is feminine. We will say elle est très lourde. The next one is this painting. It is big. In this example, painting is masculine. So we will use il as the subject pronoun. We would say il est grand. Hope with all these examples, you all understood clearly on which subject pronoun to use for each scenarios. Let's now learn when to use tu and when to use vous. Le tutoiement et le vouvoiement. Le tutoiement means using tu and vouvoiement means using vous. Tu. On utilise tu aux personnes connues comme les amis, la famille, les voisins, etc. So we use tu to know people like friends, family, neighbors, etc. On utilise vous aux personnes qu'on ne connaît pas, qui sont plus âgées que vous, à nos supérieurs hiérarchiques, aux clients et aux employés de maison. We use vous to unknown people, to people elder to you, to the superiors in the hierarchy, to customers and to domestic workers. Hope you understood what different subject pronouns are, when to use which subject pronoun, and the difference between tutoiement et vouvoiement. Let's learn the numbers in French. I have given the numbers from 1 to 20 here and multiples of 10, like starting from 30 to 90. Once you learn these numbers by heart, all the other numbers from 21 to 100 are a combination of these numbers. 22 will be 20, 35 will be 35, 46 will be 46. Before we learn all the numbers from 21 to 100 in the coming slide, it will be good if you can by heart these numbers so that the learning and understanding of all the other numbers will be quite easy. Let's start. 1, deux, trois, quatre, cinq, six, sept, huit, neuf, dix, onze, douze, treize, quatorze, quinze, seize, 17, 18, 19, 20. 30 is 30, 40 is 40, 50 is 50, 60 is 60, 70 is 70, 80 is 80, that you can say as 4 times 20. 90 is 90. I would request you to by heart all these numbers before we see the other numbers from 21 to 100 in the coming slide. Les jours de la semaine et les mois de l'année. Days of the week and months of the year. Let's first learn les jours de la semaine. Jour means day and semaine means week. The week in France starts from Monday and they are not capitalized as in English. The starting letter is in lowercase unless we use them at the beginning of a sentence. All the days are masculine nouns. Let's start learning them. Lundi, mardi, mercredi, jeudi, vendredi, samedi, dimanche. I repeat, lundi, mardi, mercredi, jeudi, vendredi, samedi, dimanche. The next is les mois de l'année. Mois means month and année means year. All months are also masculine and they are also not capitalized unless used at the beginning of a sentence. Let's learn them. Les mois de l'année. Janvier, février, mars, avril, mai, juin, juillet, août, septembre, octobre, novembre, décembre. I repeat, janvier, février, mars, avril, mai, juin, juillet, août, septembre, octobre, novembre, décembre. Let's learn how to say the different punctuation marks in French. Les signes de ponctuation. Full stop is called as le point. Comma is called as la virgule. Semicolon is called as le point virgule. Question mark is called as le point d'interrogation. Exclamation mark is called as le point d'exclamation. Colon is called as le deux points. Hyphen is called as le tiret and also as le trait d'union. The difference between tiret and trait d'union is tiret is used as a punctuation and trait d'union is used between two words. Example, ci-dessous, these with. Les professions et les métiers. Professions and occupations. Let's see a list of professions and how they are told in French. In French, the professions too has the masculine and the feminine form. There's a set of rules on how you convert from masculine to feminine. We generally add an E to the feminine form. And if the masculine form ends in E,
then it remains the same in the feminine form too. If the masculine form ends in IEN, then it becomes IENNE in the feminine form. Let's look at few examples for each of them. Kindly pay attention to the pronunciations because it is different in both the forms. In all these examples, you add an E to the masculine form. So this is the masculine form, the feminine form, and I have given the meaning in English. Avocat, avocate. Assistant, assistante. Commerçant, commerçante. Enseignant, enseignante. Gérant, gérante. Écrivain, écrivaine. In these examples, the feminine form remains the same as the masculine form since it ends with an E, and the pronunciations too remain the same. Chimiste, chimiste. Dentiste, dentiste. Guitariste, guitariste. Journaliste, journaliste. Pianiste, pianiste. Psychologue, psychologue. In these examples, IEN becomes IENNE in the feminine form. Mécanicien, mécanicienne. Pharmacien, pharmacienne. Informaticien, informaticienne. Physicien, physicienne. Musicien, musicienne. Opticien, opticienne.
Few more professions continued in this slide. If the masculine noun ends in EUR, we remove the EUR and we put an EUSE as in the examples given here. Chanteur, chanteuse. Coiffeur, coiffeuse. Danseur, danseuse. Maquilleur, maquilleuse. Serveur, serveuse. If the masculine noun ends with TEUR, TEUR becomes TRICE in the feminine form. But there is one big exception to this rule. If you see, chanteur ends in TEUR, but I have put it under this ending, wherein it becomes EUSE, because this is an exception to this rule. Please remember this. But generally, the masculine forms ending in TEUR becomes TRICE, as in the below examples. Actor, actrice. Director, directrice. And remember, this director is a director of an organization or an enterprise and not a director of a movie. Realisateur, realisatrice. This means filmmaker or director of a movie. Producteur, productrice. Formateur, formatrice. If the masculine noun ends with ER, then ER becomes E accent grave, R, E, as given in the below examples. Boulanger, boulangère. Infirmier, infirmière. Jardinier, jardinière. Ouvrier, ouvrière. Policier, policière. Hope you learnt a good list of professions in French.
In this slide, let's learn how nationalities are told in French. The nationalities too has the masculine form and the feminine form. When the speaker is a male, he uses the masculine form, and when the speaker is a female, she uses the feminine form. The conversion from masculine to feminine is done in the similar way how we did in professions. You generally add an E in the feminine form, and for the nouns ending in IEN, it becomes IENNE in the feminine form, and for those ending in E in the masculine form, it remains the same in the feminine form too. In this table, I have given the countries, the nationality in the masculine form and the nationalities in the feminine form. Please pay attention to the pronunciations because they are different in both the forms. Let's start. L'Amérique, America, American. Le Mexique, Mexica, Mexicaine. La France, Français, Française. La Chine, Chinois, Chinoise. Le Japon, Japonais, Japonaise. La Pologne, Polonais, Polonaise. L'Allemagne, Allemand, Allemande. L'Espagne, Espagnol, Espagnol. Here, both the pronunciations in the masculine and the feminine form remains the same. Espagnol, Espagnol. L'Australie, Australia, Australian. L'Italie, Italia, Italian. Le Canada, Canada, Canadian. L'Onde, Ondian, Ondienne. La Belgique, Belge, Belge. La Russie, Russe, Russe. Les verbes. What is a verbe? Un verbe, un mot qui exprime une action et qui change selon la personne qui parle, le temps et la voix, active ou passive. So verb, it's a word that expresses the action in a sentence and it changes according to the person who speaks, the tense and the voice. It can be either active or passive. So verb refers to an action, which means what a person is doing, like eating, running, giving, listening, seeing. So all these are actions and it is a verb in a sentence. So when I say it changes according to the person who speaks, it means that the verb is conjugated differently for each subject pronoun. So the tense, it can be conjugated as in present tense, in past tense, in future tense, or in conditional, etc. The verbs can be divided into three categories: auxiliary verbs, regular verbs, and irregular verbs. There are two auxiliary verbs in French. They are avoir and être. They are called as auxiliary verbs because we use avoir and être as auxiliary verbs in past tense, wherein they help the main verb to form these tenses. The next group of verbs are the regular group verbs and they are divided into three categories. The first group, ER verbs like regarder, écouter, donner, etc. And the second group verbs, the IR verbs like finir, remplir, grandir, etc. And the third group of verbs, RE verbs, descendre, attendre, vendre, etc. These are called as regular verbs because they follow a particular rule while conjugating them. The next group of verbs are the irregular verbs like aller, pouvoir, devoir, vouloir, venir, sortir, etc. These are called as irregular verbs because they do not follow any specific rules while conjugating them. In the coming slides, we'll see how to conjugate the auxiliary verbs, the regular verbs, and the irregular verbs.
Verb être. In this slide, let's learn about the conjugation of one of the most important verb in French, être. Être means to be. So for je, it is S-U-I-S, je suis. For tu, it is E-S, tu es. For il and el, it is E-S-T, il est, L-A. For nous, it is S-O-M-M-E-S, nous sommes. For vous, E-T-E-S, the first E has a circumflex. So it is vous êtes. For ILS and ELLES, it is SONT. So ils sont, elles sont. So repeat the pronunciations. Je suis, which means I am. Tu es means you are. Il est and elle est means he is or she is. Nous sommes means we are. Vous êtes means you are while you're addressing to a single person in a formal way, and you all are while addressing more than one people. Ils sont, elles sont. Please note the pronunciation here. It has the S sound because it has two S. So ils sont, elles sont, which means they are. I repeat the pronunciations once again for you all. Je suis, tu es, il est, elle est, nous sommes, vous êtes. It has the EZ sound because of one S and followed by a vowel. And then ils sont, elles sont.
Now that we learned how to conjugate the verb être, let's learn how to make sentences using this verb, using the nationalities and the professions that we learned before. So while forming a sentence, first see what verb you're using. Use them after conjugating it with the right subject pronoun, and then put the noun with its article. And if need be, you can use adjectives or adverbs. This is how you generally form a sentence. You might see in these examples that I would not have used article for many of them. That's because you don't need an article while stating people's professions. And for nationalities, if it is used as an adjective, you don't capitalize the nationalities. You capitalize the nationalities only when it is used as a noun. So I have shown both the examples here. The first one is, he is French. So the verb here is être, conjugated with the subject pronoun il. So it becomes il est, and put the nationality Français. So it is il est Français. As I mentioned earlier, since you're using the nationality here as an adjective, you don't capitalize it. In this example, if you see, the French are trendy. So here, the French nationality is used as a noun. So you capitalize it and put the article les because it is plural. So it becomes les Français. The verb is être. The subject is les Français, which is third person plural. So you conjugate être with ILS. So it becomes sont. And trendy is written as à la mode in French. So you write the sentence as les Français sont à la mode. Hope you understood when to capitalize for nationality and when not to. In the next example, the subject again here is ILS. So the sentence is, they are software engineers. You conjugate être with ILS, it becomes sont. So ils sont and informaticiens. You put an S here because the subject is plural. And as I mentioned earlier, you don't need an article before informaticiens because while stating a people's profession, you don't use an article in French. In the similar way, you frame sentences for all the other three examples also. She is a singer. Here again conjugate être with elle, so it becomes elle est chanteuse. You use the feminine form of the profession because the subject is feminine. You're talking about a female. The next example is, Jennifer is an American. Again, since Jennifer is a female, you use the feminine form of the nationality. So it is Jennifer est américaine. I am a teacher is written as Je suis enseignant. Hope you understood how to frame simple sentences using être. The verb avoir. In this slide, let's learn to conjugate the verb avoir. With je, it is ai. You put je apostrophe here because e is followed by another vowel a, So you remove the E and put an apostrophe. So it becomes J. With Thu, it is AS, Thu, A. With Il and L, it is A, Il, A, L, A. So I repeat the pronunciations. J, Thu, A, Il, A, L, A. And with Nu, it is AVONS, nous avons. With Vous, it is AVEZ, vous avez. With ILS and ELLES, it is ONT, ils ont, elles ont. Let me repeat all the pronunciations and give its meanings. J'ai means I have. Tu as means you have. Il a and elle a means he has or she has. Nous avons means we have. Vous avez means you have while addressing to a single person in a formal way, or you all have while addressing to more than one person. Ils ont and elles ont means they have. Again, only the pronunciations for you all. J'ai, tu as, il a, elle a, nous avons, vous avez, ils ont, elles ont. Remember that you have to give an IZ sound in all these 4 pronunciations because of the single S. Pay attention here, especially with ILS and ELLES. You say ils ont, you have to use the IZ sound. And if you use the S sound, if you say ils ont, it means you have conjugated the être verb instead of the avoir verb. Hope you understood how to conjugate the verb avoir and how to pronounce them. Now that you know the conjugations of avoir, let's make simple phrases using them. Let's look at the first example. I have a pen. The subject pronoun here is je and the verb is to have. So you conjugate avoir with je and that becomes j'ai. The noun here is pen and it means stylo. It is a masculine noun. So the sentence becomes j'ai un stylo. Let's look at this example before seeing these 3. They have a car. The subject pronoun here is ILS. So you conjugate avoir with ILS and car is voiture, which is a feminine noun. So the sentence is ils ont une voiture. Let's look at these 3 examples. The first example is I am 20 years old. Generally when you say I am or he is or she is, we use the verb être. But I have conjugated here using avoir. Yes, in French language, you use the verb avoir while telling your age. So that's the reason why many times exact translations from English to French is not always right. So while forming sentences in French, please think what is the main verb you're using in a sentence, conjugate it with the subject and put the noun with its article. And as need be, you can use adjectives and adverbs. Please remember, when you say your age in French, to conjugate with avoir. Now, let's look at these examples. I am 20 years old. So here, conjugate avoir with je. It becomes j'ai. And you say for 20, it is 20. So 20 years old, you put 20 ans. So the sentence is j'ai 20 ans. He is 10 years old. Here the subject is he. So you conjugate with il. Il a 10 ans. She is 15 years old. The subject here is elle. So it becomes elle a 15 ans. Hope you understood how to tell your age in French. Se présenter means to introduce oneself. So if you see any verb prefixed with se, it is called as reflexive verbs. We will learn more about reflexive verbs in the coming slides. But as of now, just understand that se présenter is the verb we use to introduce oneself. So if I have to introduce myself, I would say je me présente and introduce myself. We learned on how to tell our name, age, profession and nationality. Let's also now try to introduce ourselves. Let's write a small self-introduction. I have given two examples of two people and written their self-introduction. You can try to introduce and write your own self-introduction as given in these two examples. The first example is about Aryan, who was 14 years old and who is a student and he is an Indian. Let's see how Aryan introduces himself. Je m'appelle Aryan, j'ai 14 ans, je suis étudiant, je suis indien. The second example is about Claire, who was 16 years old and who was also a student and of French nationality. Let's see how Claire introduces herself. Je m'appelle Claire, j'ai 16 ans, je suis étudiante, je suis française. Hope you saw the difference here. Étudiant in the masculine form because Aryan is a male and étudiante in the feminine form because Claire is a female. And also the nationality. I've used here the masculine form and here the feminine form. So when you're writing your self-introduction, please pay attention to this. Let's learn on how to conjugate the ER verbs in the present tense. This is a regular verb and as I mentioned, they have a set of rules to conjugate them. ER verbs is one of the easiest verb because most of the ER verbs follow this rule. However, aller, which means to go, is one big exception. Even though it ends in ER, it is an irregular verb and follows a different conjugation altogether. Few other small exceptions are for the verbs ending in GER, CER, TER, LER and YER. These verbs follows the rule, but there is a small change in the spelling of the conjugation, which we will take a look in the coming slides. Now, let's see how to conjugate the ER verbs. I have given a small list of ER verbs here. Parler means to speak, aimer means to like, trouver means to find, visiter means to visit, jouer means to play, habiter means to live, regarder means to watch, demander means to ask, écouter means to listen, danser means to dance, apporter means to bring. I have taken parler as an example to conjugate the ER verb. So first you remove the ER. What is left is PARL. This is called as the stem of this verb. To the stem, you add certain endings. So you add E to je, ES to tu, E to elendel. For nous, you add ONS. For vous, you add EZ. And for ILS and ELLES, you add ENT. So to summarize, after removing the ER, you will have the stem. To the stem, for je, you add an E. For tu, you add an ES. For elendel, you add an E. For nous, you add ONS. For vous, you add EEZ. For ILS and ELLES, you add ENT. All the ER verbs except for aller has these endings. Now, let's look at the pronunciations and its meanings. Je parle, I speak or I am speaking. Tu parles, you speak or you are speaking. Il parle, he speaks or he is speaking. Elle parle, she speaks or she is speaking. Nous parlons, we speak or we are speaking. Vous parlez, you speak or you are speaking while addressing to one person in the formal way. You all speak, you are all speaking while addressing to a gathering. Il parle, elle parle means they speak or they are speaking. Only the pronunciations for you all. Je parle, tu parles, il parle, elle parle, nous parlons, vous parlez, il parle, elle parle. If you notice, the pronunciations for all the singular subject pronouns and ILS and ELLES remains the same because you don't pronounce E, ES, E and ENT. They remain silent. Hope you understood on how to conjugate the ER verbs and how to pronounce them. We will look at few more examples in the next slide. In this slide, I have conjugated two more ER verbs and formed simple phrases using them. The first example I have taken is regarder. So following the rule, you remove the ER and then you add in E with je, ES with you, E with il and L, ONS for nous, EZ for vous, and ENT for ILS and EL and ES. So the conjugations for regarder would be je regarde, tu regardes, il regarde, elle regarde, nous regardons, vous regardez, il regarde, elle regarde. Let's make a small sentence using this verb. I have also given the vocabulary used to make these sentences. The sentence that we are going to make in French now is she is watching TV. In French, she is watching and she watches. For both, you can conjugate in the present tense. So now let's see what the main verb is. It is to watch, which means regarder in French. And the subject is she, which is elle. So conjugate regarder with elle. So it becomes elle regarde. And then put the noun. The noun here is TV, which is télé, and it is feminine. So you write the sentence as elle regarde la télé. Hope you understood how to make a very simple sentence using a subject, verb and a noun. In the next example, I have added an adverb as well. Let's see. The next example. Écouter. Écouter means to listen. Following the rule, you conjugate écouter. And these are the conjugations. The pronunciations would be j'écoute, tu écoutes, il écoute, elle écoute, nous écoutons, vous écoutez, ils écoutent, elles écoutent. Let's now make a small sentence. They listen to radio every day. The subject here is ILS and the main verb is to listen, which is écouter in French. So conjugate écouter with ILS, it becomes ils écoutent. The noun is radio, which is radio and it is feminine in French. So the sentence would be ils écoutent la radio. Now we also have an adverb, which is every day. So every day is tous les jours in French. So you put an adverb also. So ils écoutent la radio tous les jours. Hope you understood how to make simple phrases in French. I had mentioned that there are few ER verbs wherein there is a small change in the spellings of the conjugations. In this slide, we will see those small changes for the verbs ending in GER and CER. The rest we will keep it for later. Few verbs ending in GER are manger means to eat, ranger means to tidy or to put in order, nager means to swim, changer means to change, déménager means to shift, meaning to move from one place to the other, voyager means to travel. Okay, so what is that small change in the conjugation of these verbs? I have taken manger as the example. It is conjugated in the same way. You remove the ER and put its respective endings. But in the new form, you add an E before the O. This is done because G is pronounced as J, meaning it has the J sound in front of the vowels E, I and Y. But in front of the vowels A, O and du, it has the G sound. So you put in he here to pronounce as mangeant instead of mangeant. So we pronounce as nous mangeons because there is a E after the G. Hope you understood the small change in the spelling for the GER verbs and why we do this. Now let's see the verbs ending in CER. Few examples are effacer means to erase, annoncer means to announce, commencer means to start, prononcer means to pronounce, remplacer means to replace. I have taken commencer as the example. Again, here too, everything is conjugated in the same way. You remove the ER and put the respective endings. But in the new form, you add the accent cedille to the C before this O. Again, this is also done for the pronunciation. C has the yes sound before the vowels E, I and Y. But C is pronounced as K before the vowels A, O and U. So if you put a cedille below the C, then it's pronounced as S. It has a sound before these vowels A, O and U. So to pronounce as commençant instead of commençant, you add the accent cedille to the C, so it becomes nous commençons. Hope you understood the small change in this CER verbs and why we are doing it.
Let's now learn about the second group, IR verbs. I have given a few list of IR verbs here. Réfléchir means to think or to ponder. Remplir means to fill. Finir means to finish. Choisir means to choose. Réussir means to succeed. Grandir means to grow taller. Grossir means to gain weight. Obéir means to obey. Maigrir means to lose weight, to become thin. So these verbs ending in IR follow a particular rule for conjugating them. But IR verbs is not as simple as the ER verbs because there are many verbs ending in IR which does not follow this rule. They are irregular verbs. I would be covering the important irregular verbs ending in IR in the coming slides. Now, let's see how to conjugate the second group IR verbs. I have taken réfléchir as an example. So you remove the IR. What is left is called as the stem. So RE accent aigu FLE accent aigu CH. This is the stem. To this stem, add an IS to je and tu. Add an IT to il and l. For nous, add ISS-ONS. For vous, add ISS-EZ. And for ILS and ELLES, add ISS-ENT. So I summarize. For je, add IS. For tu, add IS. For il and l, add IT. For nous, add ISS-ONS. For vous, add ISS-EZ. And for ILS and ELLES, add ISS-ENT. Let's see the pronunciations and the meanings for these. So réfléchir means to think or to ponder. Je réfléchis, I am thinking or I think. Tu réfléchis, you think or you are thinking. Il réfléchit, he thinks or he is thinking. Elle réfléchit, she thinks or she is thinking. Nous réfléchissons, we think or we are thinking. Vous réfléchissez, you are thinking or you think while addressing to a single person in the formal way, or you are all thinking while addressing to more than one person. Il réfléchit or elle réfléchit means they think or they are thinking. Only the pronunciations once more. Je réfléchis, tu réfléchis, il réfléchit, elle réfléchit. So the pronunciations for all the singular subject pronouns are the same. Nous réfléchissons, vous réfléchissez, il réfléchissent, elle réfléchissent. Let's see few more examples in the next slide. Let's see few more examples of IR verbs and make simple sentences using them. The first one is remplir. Remplir means to fill. So you conjugate using the rule. You remove the IR and add IS to je, IS to thu, IT to il and l, ISSONS to nu, ISSEZ to vu, and ISSENT to ILS and ELLES. So it becomes je remplis, tu remplis, il remplit, elle remplit, nous remplissons, vous remplissez, il remplit, elle remplit. The sentence that we are going to make in French is, he is filling the bottle. As we already know, he fills or he is filling. For both we can use the present tense. The subject here is he, which is il, and the verb to fill is remplir. So conjugate remplir with il, it becomes il remplit. And the noun is bottle, which is bouteille in French, and it's feminine. So the sentence is il remplit la bouteille. The second example is finir, which means to finish. Adding the respective endings, after removing IR, we get these conjugations. Je finis, tu finis, il finit, elle finit, nous finissons, vous finissez, ils finissent, elles finissent. Now let's make a sentence using finir. They finish the homework on time. So the verb to finish, which is finir, and then the subject pronoun is they, which is ILS. So conjugating finir with ILS, it becomes il finissent. The noun is homework, which is devoir, and it's always in the plural form in French. So the article we use is les. And there is an adverb on time, which means à l'heure. You can put this adverb at the end of the sentence. So you have conjugated the verb with the subject. So it becomes il finissent, put the noun, les devoirs, and then the adverb à l'heure. The sentence is ils finissent les devoirs à l'heure. Hope you understood how to conjugate the IR verbs and make simple sentences using them.
Now, let's see how to conjugate the third group, regular RE verbs. I have given a few list of RE verbs here. Descendre means to descend or to go down. Entendre means to hear. Attendre means to wait. Perdre means to lose. Vendre means to sell. Rendre means to return. Répondre means to respond. Défendre means to defend. Here, if you see entendre means to hear. In ER verbs, you would have seen écouter. Écouter means to listen and entendre means to hear. Please note the difference between these two verbs. So these are verbs ending in RE follow a particular rule for conjugating them. But again, like IR verbs, there are lots of irregular verbs that end in RE which don't follow this rule. I have as well covered them in the coming slides. Now, let's see how to conjugate the regular third group RE verbs. I have taken descendre as an example. So first, you remove RE and the stem is DESCEND. To the stem, you add an S to je and tu. You don't add anything to il and elle. For nous, you add ONS. For vous, you add an EZ. And for ILS and ELLES, you add ENT. To summarize, remove the RE, take the stem DESCEND. For je, add an S. For tu, add an S. And for il and elle, don't add anything. For nous, add ONS. For vous, add EEZ.
And for ILS and ELLES, add ENT. Now, its meanings and pronunciations. Je descends, I go down or I am going down. Tu descends, you go down or you are going down. Il descend, he goes down or he is going down. Elle descend, she goes down or she is going down. Nous descendons, we are going down or we go down. Vous descendez, you go down or you are going down while addressing to a single person in the formal way. And you all go down or you are all going down while addressing to more than one person. Il descend and elle descend, they go down or they are going down. Only the pronunciations again for you all. Je descends, tu descends, il descend, elle descend, nous descendons, vous descendez, il descend, elle descend. So if you see the pronunciations here for je, tu, il, elle and ILS and ELLES remains the same. Descend. You don't pronounce the S and ENT remains silent always. Let's see few more examples in the coming slides. The examples I have taken here is attendre and entendre. Let's see its conjugations and frame small sentences using them. Attendre means to wait. Removing the RE and adding the endings, for je and tu you add an S, and for il and elle you don't add anything. You add ONS with nous, EZ with vous, and ENT with ILS and ELLES. So it becomes j'attends, tu attends, il attend, elle attend, nous attendons, vous attendez, ils attendent, elles attendent. So the sentence we are going to make in French is Thomas is waiting for the bus. The subject is Thomas, which is third person singular, and the verb is attendre. So you conjugate attendre with il and it becomes il attend. And then you put the noun. The noun here is bus, which is bus in French. The spelling remains the same and it's a masculine noun. So the sentence here becomes Thomas attend le bus. If you see, I have not used any French equivalent for the preposition for. That's because after attendre, you don't need a preposition. It is followed by the direct object. So that is why sometimes translating word to word from English to French doesn't always work. Okay, now let's look at the next example, entendre. Entendre means to hear. After removing RE and adding the respective endings to the stem, it becomes j'entends, tu entends, il entend, elle entend, nous entendons, vous entendez, and ils entendent, elles entendent. The sentence here is I hear a noise. The subject pronoun is I, which is je. The verb is to hear, which is entendre. And the noun is noise, which is bruit in French, and it's masculine. So the sentence becomes j'entends un bruit. Now that we have completed learning the conjugations of the auxiliary verbs, the regular group verbs, and after seeing so many examples on how to make simple sentences, you can start making sentences using these verbs on your own. If you had seen, I would have mentioned only a few lists of ER, IR or RE verbs. But at the end of this lesson, I have given an additional list of verbs that fall under each group. You can try making sentences using them. Take the verb, conjugate it with the respective subject pronoun and put the noun with its article. And remember, while stating the professions of people, you don't need an article. Don't forget to refer the dictionary to find meanings of new words, and always remember to learn a new French word with its gender.
La négation. Let's learn how to negate.
On utilise les mots ne et pas qui entourent le verbe à la forme négative. Ne est placé avant le verbe et pas est placé après le verbe. Ne, verb, pas. We use the words ne and pa on either side of the verb. Ne is placed before the verb and pa after the verb. So it becomes ne, verb, pa. So this is how you negate. You use the two words ne and pa to negate. Ne is placed before the verb you want to negate and pa is placed after the verb. Let's see the examples. The affirmative form is given here and the negation is given here. The first one is il finit les devoirs. He finished the homework. So how do you negate this? If you want to say he has not finished the homework. So the verb here is fini. You use two words to negate, ne and pa. So ne is placed before fini and pa is placed after fini. So the sentence becomes il ne finit pas les devoirs. Let's look at one more example. Je regarde la télé. I'm watching TV. If you want to negate and say I'm not watching TV, then how do you do it? So here the verb is regard. You put ne before the verb and pas after the verb. So it becomes je ne regarde pas la télé. The next example is nous descendons. Here the verb is descendons. So if you want to negate, you put ne before descendons and pas after descendons. So the sentence becomes nous ne descendons pas. Here it means we are getting down. Here it means we are not getting down. Elle s'endort. So now let's see how to negate the reflexive verbs. The same rule applies. You use na and pa to negate it. But where do you put na? Is it before ondor or before the s? You put it before the s. You put it before the pronoun réfléchi. So it becomes elle ne s'endort pas. Okay? So this means she is sleeping. She is not sleeping. Hope you understood how to negate. But there is one very important point to remember. Attention. Les articles indéfinis, un, une et des, et les articles partitifs, du, de la, des, de l'apostrophe, deviennent de à la forme négative. What it means is, the indefinite articles un, une and des and the partitive articles du, de la, des and the l'apostrophe becomes the in the negation. Mais avec le verbe être, il ne change pas. With the verb être, it does not change. We can understand better with these examples. J'ai un stylo. So here the verb is ai, a. I have a pen. Now if you want to say I don't have a pen, you put ne and pas on either side of the verb. So it becomes je n'ai pas. But this becomes the. Because that is the rule. In negation, the indefinite articles you and they becomes the. So the sentence becomes je n'ai pas de stylo. Let's see one more example. Il achète du pain. He buys some bread. Here it's a partitive article. While negating, you put ne and pas on either side of the verb. So it becomes il n'achète pas. But here du becomes the. So il n'achète pas de pain. Please remember, this is only for the partitive articles and the indefinite articles. There is no change when it comes to the definite articles. There is one more thing you need to remember. As I mentioned here, with être also it does not change. Let's look at this example. C'est une voiture. Here, the verb is est. So to negate, you put ne and pas on either side of est. So the sentence becomes a negation, ce n'est pas. But here it's an indefinite article. The rule says in negation, the indefinite article has to become the. But here it does not change because the verb is être. If the verb is être, the indefinite and the partitive articles remains as it is. The sentence becomes ce n'est pas une voiture. Hope you understood how to negate and the exceptions clearly. Let's start to learn
How to frame or ask questions in French. There are three ways to ask questions in French. The first one is called as intonation. The next one is with est que, and the third one is called as inversion. Intonation means how I modulate the voice. For example, in English, I can modulate and say, "You play badminton?" Here the voice is modulated in a way to ask a question. This is the first way to ask a question, wherein you modulate the voice as if asking a question. The second one is with est que. You prefix est que with any statement, then it becomes a question. The third one is inversion, wherein we invert the subject and the verb. Generally, we put the subject first and then conjugate the verb with the subject. But while asking questions, while using the inversion, we invert the subject and the verb, meaning the verb comes first and then the subject, and we separate them using an hyphen. Now let me explain in detail using different examples. So the first one I have taken here is, do you watch TV? The first way to ask a question in French is intonation. So just write this in affirmative and modulate your voice. So what's the verb here? To watch. To watch in French is regarder. And the subject is you. Let's use tu. Conjugate regarder with tu. It becomes tu regarde la télé. The noun here is television, which is la télé in French. So you modulate your voice as if asking a question. So it will be, tu regardes la télé? Now the next one is est que. Just prefix est que before tu. Then it becomes a question. Est-ce que tu regardes la télé? The next one is inversion. So you invert these two. You invert the subject and the verb. Becomes, regardes-tu la télé? Please remember, the first one is the intonation, is used more as an informal way, and other two in a formal way. Inversion is more formal. The second one is, do you like sweets? The first one is intonation. So just write the sentence in the affirmative and modulate your voice. What is the verb here? To like, which is aimer in French. Let's use vous here for you. Conjugate aimer with vous, it becomes vous aimez. I've already told you that with aimer, préférer, détester, you use only the definite article. So you put the article les. Sweets is bonbon in French. So les bonbons is the noun. The sentence will be, vous aimez les bonbons. Now modulate your voice like as if asking a question. Vous aimez les bonbons? So this is the first way. The second one is prefix est que. So you have to prefix est que before vous. So it becomes, est-ce que vous aimez les bonbons? The next one is inversion. Invert the verb and subject here. The verb is aimer and the subject is vous. So it becomes, aimez-vous les bonbons? Similarly, you do the third one as well. Here I have used il as the subject. There's a small reason for that. Here you know why we use an apostrophe. We do an elision with que and il. You remove the e and put an apostrophe, so the pronunciation becomes esquil. That's because when two vowels are there together, you do an elision. You remove the first vowel and put an apostrophe. So it becomes esquil les bonbons. It's not esque il, but it's esquil. You have to group it together and say esquil. Okay. Now when you invert it, you will have aime hyphen il. So there are two vowels together. Instead of having two vowels together, you separate them using a T. So it will become aime-t-il. So aime-t-il les bonbons? Remember that you put this T only when you have two vowels together in the inversion. I hope you understood this. Now, in all these examples, we didn't use any question words like how, when, why, what, etc. All these examples, which I'm going to explain now, show how to frame questions using the question words. Everything remains the same. We just put the question word in the beginning of the sentence. Let us see in detail. The first question word is où, which means where. The question here is, where do you live? You frame the question like how we did in the previous examples.
The verb here is habiter. Conjugate habiter with the subject tu. It becomes tu habit. And then you have to put the question word in the beginning. So it becomes où tu habites. The second way is with est. Using with est, you put est before the tu. So it becomes où est que tu habites. The last one is the inversion. So you invert the verb and the subject and put où at the beginning. It again becomes où habites tu. Okay, I hope you understood on how to use question word. Now let's move on to the next question word, which is QUAND, which means ben. Now please pay attention to the pronunciation. It is Kong. Kong. Okay. Now similarly, you frame the questions. The question here is, when are you arriving? The verb here is arriver. The subject is vous. Conjugate arriver with vous. It becomes vous arrivez. And then put the question word before. So quand vous arrivez. The next one is with est que. Prefix est que before vous. So it becomes quand est-ce que vous arrivez. The next one is inversion. Invert the verb and the subject. So it becomes arrivez-vous. Prefix quand arrivez-vous. That's it. Okay. Now the next question word is pourquoi, which means why. The sentence is, why are you sad? Sad is triste in French. Now similarly you frame the question. The verb is être. Let's use tu as a subject. So you conjugate être with tu, it becomes tu es. Put the question word before tu. So pourquoi tu es triste? With est que, prefix est que before tu. Pourquoi est-ce que tu es triste? Then the inversion, invert tu and a. So it becomes pourquoi es-tu triste? The next one is combien de, which means how many. The question here is, how many pens he has? Here the verb is has, to have. Conjugate avoir with e, it becomes il a. And as I told you, how many in French, the question word is combien de. Combien de, it is followed by the noun. Combien de stylo il a. Okay. Now, with est que, please put est que before the subject. So, combien de stylo est-ce qu'il a? Now, inversion, invert the subject and the verb. So, it becomes a, il. No, is it right? No, because you have two vowels together. So, you need to separate it with the T. It becomes combien de stylo a-t-il? The next question word is quel, which means what or which. This question word quel accords with the noun in its number and gender. So when the noun is masculine singular, we use Q, U, E, L. For masculine plural nouns, you add an S, so it becomes Q, U, E, L, S. For feminine singular nouns, we use Q, U, E, L, L, E. And we add an S for the feminine plural. So it becomes Q, U, E, L, L, E, S. So, however, the pronunciation remains the same for all four of them. It is quel. I have given two examples here where in the first one, the noun is masculine singular, and for the second, the noun is feminine plural. Let's look at each of them. The first example is, which sport do you play? So here the noun is sport, which is masculine singular in French. So we will use the question word Q-U-E-L because the noun is masculine singular. So quel sport tu joues? With est que it will become quel sport est-ce que tu joues? With inversion it becomes quel sport joues-tu? The next example I have taken is what languages you speak. So the languages in French is langue, and which is feminine. So here it's plural because as I mentioned earlier, the question word quel accords with the noun. So here since langue is feminine plural, you will use Q-U-E-L-L-E-S. The verb here is to speak and the subject is L. So conjugating parler with L, it becomes elle parle. Therefore, the question would be quelle langue elle parle? The first one. The second one will be Quel long es quel pal. Next, the inversion. Invert pal and L. When you're inverting, remember there are two vowels again together, so you separate it with the T. So, quel long pal tel. Hope you understood on how to frame and ask questions.
Let's learn about pronom tonic. On utilise le pronom tonique pour renforcer un pronom ou un nom. We use pronom tonic, the first usage is to reinforce a pronoun or a noun. When I say this, what I mean is, for example, me, I like chocolates a lot, and you. So here, how do you say me in French and this you? We use pronoun tonic in both these places. Let's look at the different pronoun tonics and then look at these examples once again. So for je, it is moi, which means me, moi. For tu, it is toi, which means you, toi. For il, it's lui, which means him. For elle, it is elle, which means her. For nous, it reminds us nous, which means us. For vous, it is vous, which means you. ILS, it is EUX, pronounced as which means them, for group of boys or group of boys and girls. ELLES, it reminds us ELLES, again it is them, for group of girls. Repeat the pronunciations once again. Moi, toi, lui, elle, nous, vous, eux, elle. Now let's see when to use this pronoun tonic. First one is, as I already mentioned, to reinforce a pronoun or a noun. So in this example, me, I like chocolates a lot, and you. So here me will be replaced with moi. Moi, j'aime beaucoup les chocolats. Et toi? The next one is you, Julia. You play football. Here you will be replaced with toi. Toi, Julia, tu joues au foot? Please don't get confused with the subject and pronoun tonic. Both are different. However, the meaning for in English for both is you. But in French, it has entirely different words. When you're stressing a noun or when you're stressing a pronoun, reinforcing a noun or pronoun, you use pronoun tonic, as we saw in these two examples. The second usage is après une préposition comme, avec, sans, pour, en, vers, de, à, et, etc. So after all these prepositions, you use pronoun tonic. For example, if you have to say, I went to the restaurant with him. How will you say him in French? Here you use pronoun tonic. Je suis allé au restaurant avec lui. Here avec is a preposition. So after the preposition, you use pronoun tonic to say him. Don't go without me. Ne va pas sans moi. Here again, you are using the pronoun tonic to replace me here. He is coming to my house this evening. Il vient chez moi ce soir. What is the meaning of chez? Chez means at or in the home of someone. So when I say chez moi, it means my house. When I say chez toi, it means your house. When I say chez mon ami, then it means my friend's house. This means il vient chez moi ce soir means he is coming to my house this evening. So after this word chez, to, you use pronoun tonic. The next usage is pour comparer. Après le mot que. So after the word que, while comparing, you use pronoun tonic. For example, if I have to say, he is taller than me, then I would say, il est grand que moi. Hope you understood what is pronoun tonic and when we use it. Before looking at the numbers from 21 to 100, hope you had by hearted all the numbers from 1 to 20 and the multiples of 10 till 100. As I mentioned earlier, All the other numbers are the combination of these numbers. So let's start. So 21 will be 20 is va and 1 is a. 21 will be a combination of va and a. But for all the ones, 21, 31, 41, 51, 61 and 71, you have an ET in between both the words, except for 81 and 91. And please remember to separate each word with an hyphen. So 21 will become Vantaya. 22 is 20 is va, 2 is the. So 22 is va, the. Similarly, 23 will be 20 is va, 3 is twa. So vantwa. 24, vingt-quatre. 25 is vingt-cinq. 26, vingt-six. 27, vingt-sept. 28 is vingt-huit. 29, vingt-neuf. 30, trente. 31, trente et un. 32, trente-deux. 33, trente-trois. 34, trente-quatre. 35, 35. 36, 36. 37, 37. 38, 38. 39, 39. 40, 40. 41, 41. 42, 42. 43, 43. 44, 44. 45, 45. 46, 46. 47, 47. 48, 48. 49, 49. 50, 50. 51, 51. 52, 52. 53, 53. 54, 54. 55, 55. 56, 56. 57, 57. 58, 58. 59, 59. 60, 60. 61, 61. 62, 62. 63, 63. 64, 64. 65, 65. 66, 66. 67, 67. 68, 68. 69, 69. 70, 70. Now there will be a small change. 70 is 70. So after these, ons. So 71 will be 71. 72, 72. And you continue. 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80. 81 is 81, 82 82. 83 83. 84 84. 85 85. 86 86. 87 87. 88 88. 89 89. 90 90. Again, for 91, it will be 91. And you continue. 91 91. 92 92. 93 93. 94 94. 95 95. 96 96. 97 97. 98 98. 99 99. 100 100. 500 is 500. 1000 is meal. 10,000 the meal. 100,000 is 100,000 and 1 million is million. Hope you all understood how to tell the numbers in French.
Les articles contractés. Contracted articles. What are contracted articles? Les prépositions de et à se contractent avec les articles définis, which means the two prepositions the and à contract themselves with the definite articles. Meaning, when the definite articles le, la, les and l apostrophe are preceded by the prepositions the and a, they contract. First, let's see the contracted articles of the preposition a. A means at or to. A plus le contracts and becomes o. A plus la remains a la. A plus le contracts and becomes aux. The pronunciation is again o. A plus l apostrophe remains a l apostrophe. If you see the above table, actually a plus la and a plus l apostrophe does not contract. They remain the same. Whereas a plus l becomes o, au, and a plus les becomes aux, o. Now let's see some examples. I eat at the restaurant every night. We write the sentence in French as Je mange au restaurant tous les soirs. In this example, if you see, restaurant is masculine, so a plus le contract to become o. So you write it as au restaurant. The next example is we are at the railway station. So here the sentence becomes Nous sommes à la gare. Here gare is feminine, so a plus la remains a la. Hope you understood the contracted articles of the preposition a. Now let's see the contracted articles of the preposition the. The plus le becomes du. The plus la remains the la. The plus l apostrophe remains as the l apostrophe. The plus les contracts and becomes they. Again, if you see the above table, the plus la and the plus l apostrophe does not actually contract, they remain the same. Whereas the plus le contracts to become du and the plus les contracts to become they. Let's see a few examples using these contracted articles. This is the professor's car. We write this in French as C'est la voiture du professeur. We use here du because professor is masculine and the plus le contracts to become du. The next example is he is coming back from the airport. Is written as Il rentre de l'aéroport. Here we use del apostrophe because airport starts with a vowel. Hope you understood what are contracted articles. We will be seeing many more examples using them while conjugating the verbs aller and venir.
Let's now learn how to conjugate another important verb, aller, which means to go. Aller, even though it ends in er, it is an irregular verb. Le verbe aller indique la destination et est souvent suivi de la préposition à. This means that the verb aller indicates the destination, which means where you're going to, and is often followed by the preposition à. So it is followed by the preposition à, and when you put the noun along with its definite article, it contracts according to the rules we just saw. Let's look at the conjugations. Je vais, V-A-I-S, which means I go or I am going. Tu vas, V-A-S, you go or you're going while addressing to a single person using the tu form. Il va, V-A, which means he goes or he is going. Elle va, VA again, which means she goes or she is going. Nous allons, ALLONS, which means we go or we are going. Vous allez, ALLEZ, which means you go or you're going while addressing to a single person in the vous form, or you are all going while addressing to a gathering. Ils vont, VONT, which means they go or they are going. Elles vont, again it means they go or they are going, for group of girls. Just the pronunciations once again for you all. Je vais, tu vas, il va, elle va, nous allons, vous allez, ils vont, elles vont. If you see here, the conjugations are completely different for different subject pronouns. They don't follow any pattern like the regular verbs. That is why this verb is called as the irregular verb. But there is one easy way to remember. For je, remember it as VAIS. For tu, remove the I, it becomes VAS. And for il and el, just remove the S from the tu, VA. So for the singular subject pronouns, it becomes easy. And for nous and vous, it takes the stem from the verb in infinitive, ALL. And mostly for all verbs, as I told you, for nous and vous, it ends with ONS for nous and EZ for vous. So add ONS with ALL for nous and EZ for vous. And for ILS, by heart it as VONT. Now, let's look at few examples using the verb aller. I am going to the swimming pool is written as Je vais à la piscine. I hope now you know how to make simple sentences. As I repeatedly told you in the previous slides, you conjugate the verb, the main verb, put it along with the subject, and then add the noun along with its article, and then you can put adverbs and adjectives. Okay, so similarly you get the sentence here as Je vais à la piscine. Here swimming pool is piscine and it is feminine. So a plus la remains a la. Aller is always followed by the preposition a, and it contracts with the definite articles according to the rules we saw. Let's look at this example. He is going to the restaurant. You conjugate aller with il, it becomes il va, and then restaurant is masculine. So a plus le contracts to become o. So the sentence becomes il va au restaurant. The next example is they are going to the college. College or university is université in French. So the sentence becomes ils vont à l'université. Université starts with a vowel, so you put it as L apostrophe. So a plus L apostrophe contracts to become à l'université. Ils vont à l'université. So I hope you understood how to conjugate the allied verbs and form simple sentences using this verb. Le verbe venir. Le verbe venir indique la provenance et est souvent suivi de la préposition de. The verb venir indicates the origin and is often followed by the preposition de. This means that the verb venir indicates the provenance, meaning it tells from where one is coming or one's origin, and is often followed by the preposition de. So it's followed by the preposition the, and then when you put the noun along with the definite article, it contracts according to the rules we saw. Let's look at the conjugations. Je viens, V-I-E-N-S, which means I come or I am coming. Tu viens, the spelling is the same for je and tu. It's V-I-E-N-S, which means you come, you're coming, while addressing to a single person in the tu form. Il vient, V-I-E-N-T, he comes or he is coming. Elle vient, V-I-E-N-T, she comes or she is coming. Nous venons, V-E-N-O-N-S, we come or we are coming. Vous venez, you come or you are coming, while addressing to a single person in the vous form, or you're all coming while addressing to a gathering. Ils viennent, V-I-E-N-N-E-N-T. They come or they are coming. L-V-N. V-I-E-N-N-E-N-T. Again, it means they come or they are coming while referring to a group of girls. Now just the pronunciations once again for you all. Je viens, tu viens, il vient, elle vient, nous venons, vous venez, ils viennent, elles viennent. The pronunciations are a little tricky, so I'm again repeating once again for you all. Please listen carefully. Je viens, tu viens, il vient, elle vient. The pronunciation for all the singular subject pronouns is the same. Nous venons, vous venez. And for il, it is vienne. Again for elle, vienne. Hope you got the pronunciations. Now, let us look at some examples. I am coming from the swimming pool. Here, swimming pool is feminine. So, as I said, you conjugate the verb venir with je. It becomes je viens. It's followed by the preposition the. And piscine, la, piscine, the and la reminds us the la. So, je viens de la piscine. Next one is she is coming from the market. Now, the subject is she, which is elle. Conjugating elle with venir, it becomes elle vient. And market is masculine, marché. The plus le will become du. So, it becomes elle vient, du, marché. The next one is they are coming from the school. School is l'école. It starts with a vowel, so it is L apostrophe. So the L apostrophe reminds us the l'école. Conjugating venir with ILS, it becomes ils viennent. So the sentence is ils viennent de l'école. Hope you understood on how to conjugate the venir verb and how to frame simple sentences using them. The verb faire means to do or to make, but it doesn't just restrict itself to convey these two meanings. It is used in many phrases, expressions and situations. Let's first see how to conjugate the verb faire and then the different situations where it can be used. This is again an irregular verb, so you need to by heart the conjugations. Je fais, F-A-I-S. Tu fais. The conjugation for je and tu remains the same. Il fait, elle fait. Je fais, tu fais, il fait, elle fait. For je, you remove the RE and then put an S. For tu also you remove the RE and put an S. And for il and elle, you remove the RE and put a T. And for nous, it is nous faisons, nous faisons. For vous, it is vous faites, vous faites. Please remember this. This is very different from all the other verbs because we always see that the conjugation of any verb with vous ends with EZ. But for faire, it's not like that. It is faites, F-A-I-T-E-S. Vous faites. And for ILS and ELLES, it is font. Ils font, elles font. I repeat the pronunciations once again. Je fais, tu fais, il fait, elle fait, nous faisons, vous faites, ils font, elles font. So how do I say, I'm making a cake? You conjugate faire with je, it becomes je fais. Cake is gâteau in French, so the sentence becomes je fais un gâteau. Now that we saw the conjugations, let us now see as to where all faire is used. It is used to describe the weather. I have not given it here because we will see that in detail while doing that lesson. I have given three tables. The first scenario is wherein faire is used when you speak about your hobbies. Les loisirs. Loisir means hobbies. You use faire when you talk about various household chores. Les tâches ménagères. And these are few phrases that we use with faire. Let's see them in detail. First, when you talk about sport or hobbies, les loisirs et le sport, you use the verb faire. For example, if you have to say, To do swimming, then it is faire de la natation. To go skiing, faire du ski. To go hiking, faire de la randonnée. To dance, faire de la danse. To do horse riding, faire de l'équitation. If I have to say, he does swimming, then I conjugate il with faire, it becomes il fait de la natation. That's it. The next one is les tâches ménagères, household chores. If we want to say make up the bed, then it is faire le lit. To wash dishes, faire la vaisselle. To do washing or laundry, then it's faire le linge, faire le linge. To do household work, it is faire le ménage, faire le ménage. To do grocery shopping, it is faire les courses, faire les courses. To do shopping, it is faire du shopping, faire du shopping. So what is the difference between these two? When you say faire les courses, it means you're shopping for daily groceries, vegetables, and it's kind of a regular thing that you do. You know, it's a regular activity that you do every week. That's faire les courses. Faire du shopping is you use mostly when you go buy clothes. For example, if I have to say, every Sunday, my mother does grocery shopping. To say every Sunday, you can prefix le with dimanche. Therefore, the sentence becomes le dimanche, ma mère fait les courses. Let's see few phrases using the verb faire. Faire la grasse matinée means getting up late. Faire la sieste means have an afternoon nap. Faire des économies means to save. Faire la queue means to stand in line. Faire une fête means to have a party. To say they take an afternoon nap every day, considering it's a group of boys and girls, you will use il for conjugating. Conjugating il with faire, it becomes ils font la sieste tous les jours. Hope you understood how to conjugate the verb faire and the different situations where we use them. Let's learn to conjugate these set of verbs. These are few set of irregular verbs ending in IR. I have grouped all these verbs together because these type of verbs conjugate in the same way. So let's start. Partir and sortir both means to leave. Mentir means to lie. Sentir means to smell. Dormir means to sleep. And servir means to serve. I have mentioned both partir and sortir means to leave. But when to use partir and when to use sortir, this I have explained in detail in the next slide with examples. As I mentioned earlier, the difference between regular verbs and irregular verbs are that regular verbs have a single stem for all the subject pronouns, but irregular verbs don't have a single stem. So these are all irregular verbs. But I'll explain to you an easy way to remember on how to conjugate these verbs. These verbs has two stems, one for the singular and the other for the plural. For the singular subject pronouns, we remove the last three letters of the verb and balance we take as the stem. And what we do is we add S for je, S for tu and T for il and L to the stem. I repeat, we remove the last three letters of the verb and the balance we take it as a stem for the singular subject pronoun. Then we add an S for je, we add a S for tu and we add T for il and L to the stem. And for the plural subject pronouns, we remove only the IR. Take the balance as stem and add ONS for nu, EZ for woo and ENT for ILS and ELLES. I repeat, for the plural subject pronouns, we remove only the IR, take the balance as stem and add ONS for nu, EZ for woo and ENT for ILS and ELLES. So this is one easy way on how to remember to conjugate these type of verbs. So let's look at partir and sortir first. So for the singular subject pronouns,
Let's remove the last three letters TIR. So what is left is PAR for partir and SOR for sortir. So as I mentioned, S for je, S again for tu, and for il and el you add T. And for the plural subject pronouns you remove the IR. So it becomes PART for partir and SORT for sortir. Along with this stem you will add, for nu you will add ONS, for vu you will add EZ, and for ILS and ELLES you will add ENT. So now the pronunciations are Japar, Tupar, Ilpar, Elpar. The pronunciation for all these remains the same. Nu parta, bu parte, il part, el part. Now let's look at the pronunciation for sortir. Jasar, Tusar, Ilsar, Elsar. Again the pronunciation remains the same for all these. Nu sorta, bu sorte, il sort, el sort. Similarly, we do the same for all these verbs. Remove the last three letters for the singular subject pronouns and then you add the endings SST, and then you remove IR for the plural subject pronouns, and then you add endings ONS, EZ and ENT. I have just given a hint on how to remember the conjugation for these types of verbs. But you can remember the way you feel comfortable. Just have it in mind that these types of verbs ending in IR are conjugated in this similar fashion. Now the pronunciations of all these verbs. Je mens, tu mens, il ment, elle ment, nous mentons, vous mentez, il ment, elle ment. For sentir, je sens, tu sens, il sent, elle sent, nous sentons, vous sentez, il sent, elle sent. Please note that you pronounce the T for these two. Il ment, elle ment, il sent, elle sent. For dormir, je dors, tu dors, il dort, elle dort, nous dormons, vous dormez, il dorme, elle dorme. For servir, je sers, tu sers, il sert, elle sert, nous servons, vous servez, il serve, elle serve. And you pronounce the M here and V here. Il dorme, elle dorme, il serve, elle serve. Please note ENT always remains silent. Hope you understood how to conjugate these types of verbs. Now let's look at few sentences using the verbs we just saw. The driver lies or is lying about the accident. Or as we all know, mentir means to lie. So conjugating mentir with the third person singular, it will be ment, ment. And accident is accident in French too. We can use the preposition sur to say about in this context. So the sentence becomes le chauffeur ment sur l'accident. Now let's look at the next one with sentir. Do you smell the fragrance of these flowers? So it's a question. Now let's use the inversion. So let's invert the verb and the subject. The verb to be conjugated here is sentir with tu. So it becomes sent tu. And fragrance is l'odeur in French. And flower is fleur in French. So the question using inversion becomes sent tu l'odeur de ces fleurs? The next example is using dormir. I sleep sharp at 10 every day. So we all know that every day is tous les jours. We have seen this in previous examples also. And to say a sharp at some time, we use the word pile, pile. And conjugating dormir with je, the sentence becomes je dors à 22h pile tous les jours. The next one is with the verb servir. Again, it's a question here. Do you serve Indian food here? Here we are using the subject vous, inverting the verb and the subject. It will become servez-vous, and to say Indian food in French, we can say plat indien. Servez-vous le plat indien? Easy? Here is easy in French. Hope you understood the conjugation of all these verbs and how to make simple sentences using them. The words partir and sortir both means to leave. Let's see the differences between them. When we can use partir and when we can use sortir. It's self-explanatory, so I'll just read it for you. Partir means leaving or departing from a place with the intention of going somewhere. It's mostly followed by the prepositions pour and the. We use pour to convey the intention of going somewhere. Example, je pars pour Lyon, which means I am leaving to Lyon. And the to convey that you're leaving from somewhere. Example, je pars de cette ville, which means I am leaving the city. Je pars du Canada means I am leaving from Canada. You can also use it on its own. Example, you can just say je pars means I am leaving. It is never followed by a direct object. Now let's look at sortir. Sortir also means to leave, but in the sense of going out or exiting or stepping out from a place. For example, je sors pour un moment. Here, it means that I am stepping out for a while. Je sors respirer un peu d'air frais. I'm going out for some fresh air. So if you look at all these examples, here we are using sortir in the sense of you're stepping out from a place, that is, you're leaving from a place with the intention of coming back. It is often followed by the preposition the plus place. So example, je sors de la maison, which means I'm going out of the house. You can also use it on its own. You can just say je sors, which means I'm going out. I mentioned here that partir is never followed by a direct object, but sortir can be followed by a direct object. Example, je sors la valise. Here, valise is a direct object, and sortir is followed by a direct object in this example, which means I am taking out the suitcase. One more example is ce film sort la semaine prochaine. This means this film is releasing next week. Hope you understood the differences between partir and sortir clearly.
Let us learn few other prepositions apart from those we already learned. Les prépositions. A and the were the two important prepositions which we already saw. Let us learn few more. What is a preposition? A preposition is a word that usually precedes a noun or a pronoun, and it expresses a relationship to another word or an element in a sentence. Example, if I have to say, my phone is on the table, here the preposition is on, which expresses the relationship between the phone and the table. And the preposition on is followed by the noun. One more example is, the bank is situated in front of the bus stop. Again here, the preposition in front of expresses the relationship between the bank and the bus stop, as in to say where the bank is situated with respect to the bus stop. Let us now see the different prepositions in French. Dans. Dans means in or inside. Sous. Sous means under. Sur. Sur means on. Please note the difference between these two. The pronunciation for is, it has the oo sound. Sous. Here it has the u sound. Sur. Sur. Next one is derrière. Derrière, which means behind. Entre. Entre, which means between. Vers. Vers, which means towards. Pour. Pour means for. Pendant. Pendant means during. It also means for. We can use both pendant and pour to say for. So what is the difference between both? Pour is generally used to express a purpose, like I bought this cake for my friend. So in this example, For mentions the purpose, so you will use pour. But with respect to the duration, we can use both pendant and pour to say for. When to use pendant and when to use pour while expressing a duration. Pendant is the duration of an action, like we know how long it takes place. So the duration has a clear beginning and an end. It can be used to mention a duration in the past, present and future. In the past, it mentions clearly the start and the end of an event. Pour is used mostly in the present and future tense. Pour indicates an expected or foreseen plan to do something in the future as the duration of an event. In some places, both can be used interchangeably. We will see these with examples in the next slide. The next one is depuis. Depuis means since. Depuis also is used to express a duration. We will use depuis to mention a past action that is still continuing in the present. For example, if I have to say, I am living in this house since 5 years. So here I will use depuis because I am at present living in this house. So it's an action that is still continuing from the past. We use depuis in this scenario. Avant. Avant means before. Devant. Devant means in front of or before. We can use avant and devant both to say before. What is the difference between these two? We can say that avant is a preposition related to time, like before midnight, before we leave, before the dinner, etc. So avant is a preposition related to time, whereas devant is a preposition related to a location or a position. For example, he is in front of the museum. So here if you see, it points out the position or the location between two elements. One more difference is avant can be used before a noun, pronoun and verb. But devant is used only before a noun and pronoun. I repeat, avant can be used before a noun, pronoun and verbs, but devant is used only before noun and pronoun. We will again see them with examples in the next slide. The next one is après. Après means after. Jusqu'à. Jusqu'à means until. Par. Par means by. Avec. Avec means with. Sans. Sans means without. Now, here if you see, these list of prepositions end with the. For these, when it's followed by a noun with definite article, please don't forget that it will contract according to the rules we saw. À côté de. À côté de means next to. Près de. Près de means nearby. Au-dessous de. Au-dessous de means below. Au-dessus de. Au-dessus de means above. Again, the difference between here is the O sound for this one and U sound for this one. Au-dessous, au-dessus. À droite de. À droite de. At the right of. À gauche de. À gauche de. At the left of. Autour de. Autour de. Around. Au milieu de. Au milieu de. In the middle of. Au centre de. Au centre de. At the center of. Now that you have learned all the prepositions with their meanings, in the next slide, I have framed small sentences using all these. So in this slide, I have made sentences using the different prepositions we just saw. I have given the English meanings in the brackets. I will read all of them. Before I start reading, I would like to mention that you can also try framing the sentences in French on your own. As I always say, take the verb, conjugate it with the subject, and then put the preposition that you're going to use. followed by the noun. Now let's look at the sentences. The first preposition is dans. La voiture est dans le garage. The car is inside the garage. So here if you see, the preposition is dans and it expresses the relationship between the voiture and the garage. It says the car is inside the garage. The next preposition is sous. Le chat est sous le lit. The cat is under the bed. Sur. Le cahier est sur la table. The notebook is on the table. Derrière. Le chien est derrière l'arbre. The dog is behind the tree. Entre. Il y a un trou entre les arbres. There is a hole between the trees. Vers. Il arrive vers 14 heures, which means he will come around 2 p.m. Pour. There are two examples for pour. The first one mentions the purpose and the second one mentions the duration. Je prépare un gâteau pour l'anniversaire de ma mère. So I'm preparing a cake for my mother's birthday. So here it explains the purpose. The next one refers to the duration. Je vais habiter en France pour 2 ans. I'm going to live in France for 2 years. The next one is pendant. J'ai étudié français pendant 6 mois. I studied French for 6 months. Please note the tenses of these sentences. This one is in future and this in past. We will learn these sentences in the coming lessons. The next one is depuis. J'habite à Paris depuis 2010. I am living in Paris since 2010. So a past action continuing in the present. So I have used depuis. Hope you can recollect the difference I had mentioned for avant and devant. Avant, as I said, is a preposition related to time and devant preposition related to the location. You will understand this with the examples I have given here. Avant. Je vais arriver avant le dîner. I'll come before the dinner. Devant. J'attends devant la poste. I'm waiting in front of the post office. So here if you see, this expresses the preposition relating to time. So I'm going to come before the dinner. But here the preposition expresses the location or the position where you're waiting in front of the post office. So you use devant here and you use avant here. The next one is jusqu'à. Je travaille jusqu'à minuit. I work till midnight. Par. I've given two examples for par, which means by. So you can use par in both these scenarios. The first one is Je passe par ta maison tous les jours. I pass by your house every day. Je viens par le train. I come by train. So for both the scenarios, you can use par. Avec. Je vais à l'école avec mon ami. I go to school with my friend. Sans. C'est un plat sans sucre. It's a dish without sugar.
As I mentioned in the previous slide, these prepositions that we are going to see now with the. So, when it is followed by definite article, it contracts. The first one is au-dessous de. Les produits chimiques sont au-dessous de l'évier. The chemical products are below the sink. Here if you see, évier starts with a vowel, so the article is L apostrophe, so it becomes de l'évier. Let's see the next one. Au-dessus de. Les dossiers sont au-dessus du bureau. Here, bureau is masculine, so the plus le contracts to become du. The next one is à côté de, près de. L'école est à côté de ma maison. The school is next to my house. Here, since it is my, you use the adjective possessive ma. Hence, the remains as it is and it becomes de ma maison. Please remember, it contracts only when you use a definite article after the preposition the. Le cinéma est près du supermarché. The cinema theatre is near to the supermarket. Here again supermarché is masculine, so the plus le becomes du. Autour de. Il y a des arbres autour du lac. There are trees around the lake. À droite de. La pâtisserie est à droite du café. The cake shop is to the right of the coffee shop. À gauche de. So the same sentence, if you have to write using à gauche de, it becomes Le café est à gauche de la pâtisserie. The coffee shop is to the left of the cake shop. Here you put du because cafe is masculine, the plus le becomes du. Here you put de la because pâtisserie is feminine. Au milieu de. Il y a une fontaine au milieu du lac. There is a fountain in the center or in the middle of the lake.
L'adjective démonstratif. What is adjective demonstrative? Il sert à indiquer ou à montrer quelqu'un ou quelque chose. Il est toujours suivi de nom et s'accorde avec le nom. So it is used to point or to show a person or a thing. It is always followed by a noun and it accords with the noun. The English equivalent is this or these and that or those. As it's mentioned in the definition, an adjective demonstrative is used to show or point a person or a thing. It's like saying this tree. So you're pointing out at the tree. Or this car. Again here, you're pointing to a particular car. So the adjective demonstrative is followed by the noun and it agrees in gender and number. So if the noun is masculine, the adjective demonstrative will also be masculine. If the noun is feminine, the adjective demonstrative will also be feminine. And if the noun is plural, you have to put the adjective demonstrative again in plural. So it accords with the noun in number and gender. Let's now see the different adjective demonstratives and its pronunciations. So the first one is, if the noun is masculine singular, then you put ce, ce, pronounced as sir, sir. And if the masculine singular noun starts with a vowel, then you put cet, C-E-T, pronounced as Seth, Seth. For masculine plural, you put C-E-S, C-E-S, pronounced as Se, Se. For feminine singular nouns, even if it starts with a vowel, you put C-E-T-T-E. So for feminine singular nouns, whether it starts with a consonant or whether it starts with a vowel, there is only one adjective demonstrative, that is Seth, C-E-T-T-E. And for feminine plural, it is same as masculine plural. It is C-E-S, which is pronounced as Se. So I repeat the pronunciations once again. Sir, Seth, Se, Seth, Seth, Se. In this slide, I have framed simple sentences using adjective demonstrative. Let's look at them. I have given the vocabulary separately so that it helps you to make sentences on your own by referring to these. Let's start. The first one is, this book is really interesting. So book is livre and that's masculine. For masculine singular nouns, the adjective demonstrative is ce. So you put
Ce livre est vraiment intéressant. Hope you understood why I used ce here. The next one is the cat is behind this tree. Tree, arbre, it's masculine and it starts with a vowel. So for masculine nouns starting with a vowel, you put C-E-T. So the sentence becomes Le chat est derrière cet arbre. The next one is this street is very narrow. Street is rue and it's feminine. So for feminine singular nouns, it is C-E-T-T-E. So the sentence becomes Cette rue est très étroite. The next one is these houses are big. Here houses is again feminine but it's plural. So for plural nouns you use CES. So the sentence becomes Ces maisons sont grandes. Hope you understood how to make simple sentences using adjective demonstrative. Les prépositions du pays. Prepositions of countries. Just like how all nouns have gender, countries too have gender. We use prepositions for a country based on its gender. So which countries are masculine, which are feminine, and which are plural? The first rule is tous les pays qui se terminent par E sont féminins, sauf Mozambique, Mexique, Zaire, Zimbabwe, Cambodia, and Belize. So what it means is all the countries that end with an E are feminine except for these 6 countries: Mozambique, Mexico, Zaire, Zimbabwe, Cambodia, and Belize. So except for these 6 countries, even though it ends with E, these 6 countries are masculine and all the other countries that end with E are feminine. Hope you understood this rule. The second rule is tous les pays qui ne se terminent pas par E et S sont masculins. What it means is all the countries that don't end with E, because whatever ends with E, I mentioned they are feminine, right? Except these 6 countries. So all the other countries that don't end in E and S are masculine. Okay. The third rule is tous les pays qui se terminent par S sont pluriels. So all the countries that end with an S are plural. So the rule is very simple. Remember it this way. All the countries that end with E are feminine except for these 6 countries. And all the countries that end with an S are plural. So all the countries that don't end with E and S are masculine. Let's see what preposition, now that you know the gender of the countries. Now what preposition you use to say where we are or to where we are going. Pour exprimer la destination où on va ou pour exprimer où on est, on utilise les prépositions au, en, au, et, à. To express the destination where we are going to or to express where we are, we use the prepositions au, en, au, and à. So now let's see what preposition we would use to say we are at a country or going to a country based on the country's gender. So for masculine countries, we will use AU, O. For masculine countries, starting with a vowel, we will use EN, O. For feminine countries, it will be ON, EN. And for plural countries, it is AUX, O. I repeat, for masculine countries, we use AUO. For masculine countries starting with a vowel, we will use EN-O. For feminine countries, it will be EN-O. And for all plural countries, it will be AUXO. The pronunciation for this AU and AUX are the same, it's O. And for all cities, we use the preposition A. Now, let's look at these examples. Je vais au Canada. Canada is masculine. So, I have used the preposition O because for all masculine countries we use the preposition O. Hope you understood this. The next example is Je vais en Iran. Again, Iran is masculine, but I have used here en because even though Iran is masculine, it starts with a vowel. So any masculine country starting with a vowel, you use the preposition en, en, en. Hope you understood why I have used O here and why I have used en here, even though both are masculine countries. The next example is Nous sommes en Belgique. In this example, Belgique is feminine, it ends with an E. So for all feminine countries, you use the preposition en. So you have used en here. The next example is Ils vont aux États-Unis. Here, États-Unis ends with an S, so it's plural. So for all plural countries, you use the preposition aux. So you have used aux here. The next example is Nous sommes au Mozambique. Here Mozambique ends with an E, but I have used O here. Any idea why? Yes, this falls under the exception. Even though it ends in E, it is masculine. Though, remember those 6 countries? Those end in E are masculine, the exceptions that I gave you. So since Mozambique falls under that exception, we use O here. Hope you understood. The next example is Elle va à Paris. Paris is a city. For all cities, you use the preposition a. There is no problem of gender with cities. So to express if you are in a particular city or you're going to a particular city, you always use the preposition a. So Elle va à Paris. Hope you understood clearly on how to use the preposition for countries to say where we are going to and where we are at. Now that we learned how to find the gender of countries, and we already learned on what preposition to use for countries to say where we are and where we are going to, let's now see what prepositions to use for countries if we have to say from where we are coming or to say from where we are. Pour exprimer l'origine ou la provenance d'où on vient ou pour exprimer d'où on est, on utilise les prépositions du, the apostrophe et des. What it means is to express the origin from where we are coming or to express from where we are, we use the prepositions du, the apostrophe and they. So for masculine countries, we use du, du. For feminine countries, we use de, the. Before a vowel, for both masculine and feminine countries, we use the apostrophe. And for plural countries, we use des. And for all cities, we use the preposition the. I repeat, for all masculine countries, we use the preposition du. For all feminine countries, we use the preposition the. Before a vowel for both masculine and feminine countries, we use the apostrophe. And for plural, we use des. And we use the preposition the for all cities. I have taken the same countries as examples like in the previous slide. So let's see all these examples. J'arrive du Canada. Since Canada is masculine, I have put du here. The next example is J'arrive d'Iran. Here it starts with a vowel. So for any country starting with a vowel, it is the apostrophe. The next example is Nous venons de Belgique. Belgique is feminine. And for feminine countries, the preposition we will use is the. So we have put the here. The next example is Ils viennent des États-Unis. États-Unis is plural. And for plural countries, the preposition we will use is des. des. The next example is Nous revenons du Mozambique. Here, even though it ends with E, this is masculine, it's an exception. So since Mozambique is masculine, we put the preposition du. The next example is Elle vient de Paris. Paris is a city. So we use the preposition the for all cities. So we have used the here. Hope you understood what prepositions to use to express our origin or to say from where we are coming.
En parle. This is a dialogue between two friends, Catherine and Charles, at the airport. If you see, I have tried my best to incorporate most of the grammar part that we have done till now, and also as much as vocabulary related to airport, like check-in desk, boarding, takeoff, landing, etc. I have also given the vocabulary here for your reference. I have given the dialogues in French here and its English meaning for each sentence in the next slide. The main criteria for this exercise is understanding and reading. When I say understanding, please read the sentences and try to understand the meaning on your own. You can verify it by seeing the English equivalent of this dialogue in the next slide. Since I have tried my best to use the grammar and vocabulary we have done till now, and of course for the new vocabulary I have mentioned them here, using all these you should be able to understand the sentences quite easily. Next, the reading part. Try reading it aloud and compare the pronunciations with what I read. Let's start. Charles rencontre Catherine à l'aéroport en Belgique. Charles. Salut Catherine, quelle surprise! Catherine. Charles, oh là là! Quelle surprise de te voir ici! Charles. Habites-tu ici? Catherine. Non, je suis ici pour un petit travail. Et toi? Charles. J'habite ici et je vais au Canada pour visiter mes parents. Et où vas-tu? Catherine. Je suis en vacances et je vais en Italie. Charles. Excellent. Viens, on marche ensemble vers le comptoir l'enregistrement. Catherine. Oui, bien sûr. Les deux amis finissent s'enregistrer. Charles. Hello Catherine, on n'a pas beaucoup de bagages, juste une valise et un sac à main. Donc, l'enregistrement finit très vite. Catherine. Oui, c'est vrai. À quelle heure l'embarquement commence pour toi? Charles. Vers 15h30. L'avion décolle à 17h et il atterrit à 10h demain. L'avion fait escale à Amsterdam. Catherine. Ah, d'accord. Je suis heureuse de te rencontrer. Au revoir, Charles. Charles. Au revoir, Catherine. Bon voyage.
The next three verbs that we are going to learn to conjugate are the verbs boire, voir, and croire. Boire means to drink. Voir means to see. And croire means to believe. You would have seen the verb regarder when we conjugated the ER verb. Regarder means to watch and voir means to see. Please remember this difference. These are all again irregular verbs. Let's first see how to conjugate boire. For the singular subject pronouns, you can remove the RE and add an S for je and tu and T for il and l. So it becomes, for je it becomes BOIS, for tu again BOIS, and for il and l it's BOIT. The pronunciations are je bois, tu bois, il boit, elle boit. The pronunciation for all these remains the same. Next, let's look at the plural subject pronouns. For nous, it is B-U-V-O-N-S. Nous buvons. For vous, it is B-U-V-E-Z. Vous buvez. And for ILS and ELLES, it is B-O-I-V-E-N-T. Il boit, elle boit. I repeat only the pronunciations once again. Je bois, tu bois, il boit, elle boit, nous buvons, vous buvez, ils boivent, elles boivent. Let's look at a phrase using boire. I always drink an aperitif before dinner. Aperitif means a pre-dinner drink. It is also called aperitif in French. So the sentence here becomes Je bois un apéritif toujours avant le dîner. Here we have used the preposition avant. And for dinner, it is dîner in French. Le dîner. Let's see how to conjugate the verb croire. Again, you remove the re here, just like how you did for boire. And you add an s for je and tu, and t for il and elle. This is for the singular subject pronouns. So the conjugations are je crois, C-R-O-I-S, tu crois, C-R-O-I-S again, and il croit, elle croit, C-R-O-I-T. Now let's look at the plural subject pronouns. For nous it is C-R-O-Y-O-N-S, nous croyons, and for vous it is C-R-O-Y-E-Z, vous croyez, and for ILS and ELLES, it is CROIENT. Il croit, elle croit. I repeat the pronunciations once again. Je crois, tu crois, il croit, elle croit. Again, the pronunciations for all these remain the same. Nous croyons, vous croyez, il croit, elle croit. Let's make phrases using croire. I have given two examples here. The first one is, I believe in you. So conjugating croire with je, the sentence is, je crois en toi. The second one is, I believe in ghost. Here again, the conjugating croire with je, the sentence becomes, je crois au fantôme. The main reason why I gave these two examples here is to show the preposition we use with croire. The first one, I have used the preposition en, because if you believe in someone, you use the preposition en after croire. And if you believe in something or myths or ideas, you use the preposition a. So that's why I have used en in the first example and a in the second example. It's a plus lay here, which contracts to become aux. The next verb is voir. For this verb, the conjugations are, for je, it's vois, for tu again, it's vois, and for il and elle, it's voit. The pronunciation for all these remains the same. Je vois, tu vois, il voit, elle voit. And for nous, it is voyons, nous voyons. For vous, it is voyez, vous voyez. And for ILS and ELLES, it is VOIENT, voit, il voit, elle voit. I repeat only the pronunciations once again. Je vois, tu vois, il voit, elle voit, nous voyons, vous voyez, il voit, elle voit. Let's see a small phrase using what. We see or we are seeing a rainbow. For both we see and we are seeing, you can conjugate voir in the present tense with nous. So it becomes nous voyons and arc-en-ciel. Rainbow is arc-en-ciel and it's masculine. So you've used the article un here. So the sentence is nous voyons and arc-en-ciel. Hope you understood how to conjugate these three verbs, its pronunciations, and how to make simple phrases using them.
Les articles partitifs. In this slide, we are going to learn about les articles partitifs, which means partitive articles. Les articles partitifs sont utilisés pour exprimer une quantité and déterminer. The partitive articles are used for expressing an undetermined quantity. It can be used to refer any undefined quantity related to food or any liquid. When you are not giving the exact measurements, for example, you can say, I need a bowl of rice, wherein you're giving an exact measurement. And you can also say, I need some rice, where the exact measurements are not mentioned. One more example is when you ask for water. You can say, I need a glass of water or I need some water, wherein the exact quantity is not mentioned when I say I need some water. So in this scenario, where you're not mentioning the exact quantity and it is undetermined, you use the partitive articles. It is always followed by a noun and it accords in gender and number with the noun. Therefore, for the masculine nouns, you use du. For the feminine nouns, you use della. For plural nouns, you use they. And before a vowel, you use del apostrophe. The English equivalent to the partitive articles is some. In few scenarios, the word some might be omitted, but in French, you will need to use the partitive articles. Let's see these two examples. I want some rice. Je veux du riz. Have used the partitive article du here because rice is masculine and the quantity is undetermined. In this sentence, the English equivalent for du is some. While in this example, I eat rice every day. Je mange du riz tous les jours. In this sentence, there is no English equivalent for du. But in French, you would require a partitive article. Let's look at few more examples. I eat ice cream often after dinner. So we use the partitive article before ice cream and we use de la because ice cream in French is glace and it's feminine. Je mange souvent de la glace après le dîner. The next example is I buy pasta at the supermarket. Again, you will use a partitive article here because you're referring to an undetermined quantity. And since pasta is pâte in French, it is always referred in plural in French with an S. So you use des as the partitive article. So you would say, j'achète des pâtes au supermarché. The next example is, I want some water. Je veux de l'eau. I am using the partitive article del apostrophe because O starts with a vowel. Please pay attention to these scenarios. Please refer to these examples. Here, in all these examples, the quantity is determined. Here it says, je veux un kilo de sucre. It says 1 kilo of sugar. So the quantity is determined here. Here again, il boit deux bouteilles d'eau. So here also the quantity is mentioned, 2 bottles of water. If you see in this example, elle achète deux paquets de pâtes au supermarché. So here also, if you see, the quantity is mentioned very clearly. So in all these scenarios, you will use the before the noun and you will not use the partitive article. Hope you understood what are partitive articles and how to use them.
L'impératif. Il est utilisé pour donner un ordre ou un conseil ou une instruction ou une interdiction. What it means is, it is used to give an order or an advice or an instruction or a prohibition. Le sujet
n'est pas exprimé.
The subject is not mentioned. This is a very important point here. We don't mention the subject in the imperative form. Let me give you an example. I can say,
Vous devez étudier bien.
which means you must study well. Or I can just say, étudier bien, which means study well. In the second example, I have not used
Vous devez.
I just said étudier bien. This is an example of the imperative form. you don't use the subject. Il se conjugue seulement à trois personnes. Tu, nous et vous. So we use the imperative form only with three subject pronouns. Tu, nous and vous. Il faut conjuguer au présent de l'indicatif. Mais pour les verbes er, on doit enlever le s à la deuxième personne du singulier, tu. It must be conjugated in the present tense, but for the er verbs, we must remove the s from the second person singular, tu. What it means is, the imperative form is conjugated in the present tense, just that we don't put the subject, and it's conjugated only with three subject pronouns, tu, nous and vous. While conjugating er verbs in the present tense, in tu form, we generally remove the er and put an es to the stem. But for the imperative, you don't put the s. This is only for tu and only for the er verbs. Please remember this well. Now, let's look at the imperative form for few verbs and also the exceptions. The first verb I have taken here is parler. You conjugate the verb in present tense, but as I mentioned, we remove the s here since it's an er verb and for the tu form. So it becomes P-A-R-L-E, parle. With nous it's parlant and with vous it's parler. You put an exclamation mark after putting the verb in the imperative form. The next example is finir. Conjugating with tu, nous and vous, we get fini, finissant and finissez. Please note, I have mentioned the s here because this is an IR verb and the rule to remove the s applies only for the ER verbs. The next example I have taken here is descendre. Conjugating, it becomes D-E-S-C-N-D-S, descendre, descendant and descendez. The next verb is aller. The conjugation for aller with tu is VAS, but we remove the s here in the imperative form. So the imperative form for aller is va, allons, A-L-L-O-N-S, allons, and A-L-L-E-Z, aller. Next is venir. The imperative form of venir is vient, venant, and venez. Let's now see how to put the reflexive verbs in the imperative form. While conjugating the reflexive verbs in the present tense, we generally put the pronoun réfléchi the with tu, and we put nous with nous and vous with vous. But in the imperative form, the becomes toi and it comes after the conjugated verb. Nous remains as nous and vous remains as vous. But all these pronouns come after the conjugated verb. In this example, se laver, conjugate the verb laver. It's an ER verb, so you remove an S with the tu form. So it becomes L-A-V-E. And since it's a reflexive verb, the tu becomes toi as I mentioned earlier. So it becomes lave toi. You put in hyphen in between lave and toi. For nous, it becomes lavons nous. And for vous, it becomes lavez-vous. Hope you understood. Let's see one more example. Se coucher. Again, since it's an ER verb, you remove the S with the tu form. So it becomes couche-toi, couchons-nous, and couchez-vous. Now, let's look at the exceptions. As I mentioned, we conjugate the verbs in the present tense for all the verbs and use them without the subject, except for these verbs. These verbs don't use the present tense conjugation for the imperative form. First one is avoir. With tu, it is A-I-E. A. With nous, it is A-Y-O-N-S. Ayons. And with vous, it is A-Y-E-Z. Ayez. A. Ayons. Ayez. The next exception is être. With you, it is S-O-I-S. Sois. With nous, it is S-O-Y-O-N-S. Soyons. And with vous, it is S-O-Y-E-Z. Soyez. Sois. Soyons. Soyez. The next exception is savoir. With you it is sash, S-A-C-H-E. With nous it is sachon, S-A-C-H-O-N-S. And with vous it is sachet, S-A-C-H-E-Z. Sache, sachon, sachet. The next exception is ouloir. With you it is V-E-U-I-L-L-E. Vai. With nous it is vaillant, V-E-U-I-L-L-O-N-S. And with vous it is vailler, V-E-U-I-L-L-E-Z. Vai, vaillant, vailler. Please remember these 4 exceptions by heart. Now, let's see how do we negate them. Generally, when we negate a verb, we put the ne and pa on either side of the verb. So the same way, while you're negating in the imperative form, you put ne pa on either side of the imperative form of the verb. Ne parle pas, ne finissez pas, ne venons pas. But the important thing that you need to note here is for the reflexive verbs. Here I mentioned lave-toi, couche-toi. The pronoun comes after the conjugated verb. But in the negation, it's not like that. In the negation, the reflexive pronoun comes before the conjugated verb, like how you generally conjugate in the present tense. Ne te couche pas, ne nous lavons pas, ne vous lavez pas. Hope you understood how to conjugate the verbs in the imperative form.
The 2 verbs that we are going to see in this slide has the same meaning. The verbs are connaître and savoir. Both the verbs means to know. First, let's see how to conjugate them and then how to use them. The conjugations of the verb connaître. You can remove TRE and take CONNAI as the stem, which is the same for all the subject pronouns. And to this stem, you add a S for je and tu, T for il and elle, SSONS for nous, SSEEZ for vous, and SSENT for ILS and ELLES. Please note that we put a circumflex over the I only for the il and elle conjugation, and the verb in infinitive too has a circumflex over the I. Except for the il and elle conjugation, the other conjugations don't have the circumflex over the I. Now, its pronunciations. Je connais, tu connais, il connaît, elle connaît, nous connaissons, vous connaissez, ils connaissent, elles connaissent. Let's see the conjugations for savoir now. For je and tu, it is SAIS. For il and elle, it is SAIT. For the plural subject pronouns, it takes a stem from the verb in infinitive. You remove the OIR and you add an ONS for the nous, EZ for vous, and ENT for ILS and ELLES. The pronunciations are je sais, tu sais, il sait, elle sait, nous savons, vous savez, ils savent, elles savent. As I mentioned, both connaître and savoir means to know when to use which verb. Connaître means to know or to be familiar with a person or a thing. So we generally use connaître plus a noun. So connaître plus un nom. First example is, do you know Angelina Jolie? Here it's about knowing or being familiar with a person. So we use connaître. So the sentence becomes, connais-tu Angelina Jolie? The next example is, do you know Paris? Here again we are asking if the person is familiar or he knows about a place. So Again, we use connaître here. Connaissez-vous Paris? Let's see when to use savoir. We use savoir when you say you know to do something or you know about any information or facts. Generally, savoir is followed by a verb or followed by a phrase. Savoir plus un verbe ou plus une phrase. If I have to say, I know to swim, here you know to do something. So you know to swim. Therefore, you use the verb savoir. And the sentence becomes, je sais nager. The next example is, do you know where he lives? Here you're asking an information. So you use savoir. Tu sais où habite-t-il? Here we use savoir also because it is followed by a phrase. Où habite-t-il is a phrase. So when followed by a phrase, we use savoir. Hope you understood on how to conjugate connaître and savoir and how to use them. Now, let's learn the conjugations of prendre, apprendre, et comprendre. I generally group verbs which are conjugated in a similar way together. So here also if you see prendre, apprendre and comprendre. So you know the conjugations, you by heart the conjugations of prendre. You have to just prefix an ap to know the conjugations of apprendre and you have to prefix com to know the conjugations for comprendre. So by just knowing one conjugation by heart, you'll be able to do the other two easily. Hope you understood. Now first let's learn the conjugation for prendre. As I said, these are irregular verbs. So they don't follow a particular pattern in conjugating them. Prendre means to take. Je prends. P-R-E-N-D-S. Tu prends. P-R-E-N-D-S. Conjugation for je, tu remains the same. Il prend, elle prend. P-R-E-N-D. Nous prenons. P-R-E-N-O-N-S. Please note here, there is no D from the prendre infinitive. It is just prenons. People make mistakes in two things. One, they put the D and one more, they put two N's. No, it is only one single N. So please by heart this conjugation very clearly. It's nous prenons. P-R-E-N-O-N-S. It has a single N. Vous prenez. P-R-E-N-E-Z. Ils prennent, elles prennent. P-R-E-N-N-E-N-T. Yes, this has two N's. Okay, if you see the conjugation here, you can see the singular subject pronouns are conjugated similar to the regular RE verbs. You remove the RE, you add an S, and then you don't add anything. But the plural subject pronouns are conjugated entirely in a different way. You need to by heart it. So I repeat the pronunciations once again. Je prends, tu prends, il prend, elle prend, nous prenons, vous prenez, ils prennent, elles prennent. Please note there is one N for these two and two N's for ILS and ELLES. Now let's look at a simple sentence using the verb prendre. We always take our lunch on time. On time is à l'heure. To take is prendre. So conjugating to take with we, it becomes nous prenons. Notre déjeuner, toujours à l'heure. Let's see the conjugation for comprendre, which means to understand. So as I said, you know the conjugations for prendre. So just prefix com to all these conjugations. Then you can write the conjugation for comprendre. After prefixing com, this is what you get. So let me pronounce them for you. Je comprends, tu comprends, il comprend, elle comprend, nous comprenons, vous comprenez, ils comprennent, elles comprennent. Now let's make a simple sentence using the word comprendre. They understand French well. So to understand is comprendre. And the subject is they, conjugating comprendre with they, it becomes ils comprennent bien le français. The next verb is apprendre, which means to learn. Now, as I already said, you know the conjugations for prendre. So just prefix ap to all these conjugations. And you get this. Let me read the pronunciations for you. J'apprends, tu apprends, il apprend, elle apprend, nous apprenons, vous apprenez, ils apprennent, elles apprennent. Now let's make a simple sentence using the verb apprendre. We are learning French language since 8 months. Again here, to learn is apprendre. The subject here is we. So conjugating apprendre with nous, it becomes nous apprenons la langue française depuis 8 mois. Hope you understood how to conjugate prendre, apprendre and comprendre. Please try conjugating surprendre on your own. Surprendre means to surprise. So you know the conjugation for prendre? Prefix sur before all the conjugations, and you can write the conjugation for surprendre.
In this lesson, we are going to learn about les verbes pronominaux, pronominal verbs. It is also called as les verbes réfléchis or reflexive verbs. Its definition. On utilise le verbe pronominal quand le sujet exerce une action sur lui-même. Il est toujours accompagné d'un pronom réfléchi. We use pronominal verbs when the subject exerts an action on itself. It is always accompanied by a reflexive pronoun. What it means is, these verbs are where the subject does an action on itself. For example, if you say, she is dressing up, then she is exerting, she is doing an action on herself. So then we use pronominal verbs. For pronominal verbs, the verb in infinitive is always prefixed with se. I have given few examples of pronominal verbs that we use quite often. They are se réveiller, meaning to wake up, se lever, meaning to raise or to get up, se laver or se doucher, to have a wash and to have a shower. Se brosser les dents, meaning to brush the teeth. Se raser, to shave. S'habiller, to dress up. Se déshabiller, to get undressed. Se peigner, to comb. Se coiffer, to style your hair. Se préparer, to get ready. Se maquiller, to do makeup. Se coucher, to go to bed. S'endormir, to fall asleep. Se promener, to go for a walk. Se reposer, to take rest. S'asseoir, to sit down. Se dépêcher, to hurry up. These verbs are the verbs that we use often when we talk about our daily activities. Now, let's learn how to conjugate these verbs. You add a pronoun called as pronom réfléchi after the subject for all these verbs. For je, it's me. For tu, it's te. For il and elle, it's se. For nous, it's nous. For vous, it's vous. For ILS and ELLES, it is se again. Here, me means myself. For example, if I say, je me lave, I wash myself. Te, the English equivalent you can say as yourself. Se, herself or himself. Nous, ourselves. For vous, yourselves. And se,
When you use it with ILS and ELLES, it is themselves.
so you put the réfléchir pronoun after the subject and then you conjugate the verb in the usual way. Let's now see how to conjugate se laver. Here laver is an ER verb. Conjugate the same way as how you conjugate an ER verb and you put the reflexive pronouns after the subject. For je, the reflexive pronoun is me and then you conjugate laver. For je, you remove the ER and put an E. So it becomes je me lave. For tu, the reflexive pronoun is te. And when you conjugate, you remove the ER and you put ES. It becomes tu te lave. For il and el, the reflexive pronoun is sir. When you conjugate, you remove the er and put e. So it becomes il se laugh, el se laugh. And for nu, the reflexive pronoun is nu. And when you conjugate, you remove the er and put ons. So it becomes nu, nu lavant. For vous, the reflexive pronoun is vous. And when you conjugate, you remove the er and put ez. So it is vous, vous lavez. For ILS and ELLES, the reflexive pronoun is sir. And when you conjugate, you remove the er and put ent. Il se lave, elle se lave. Let's look at few more examples. Se coucher and se lever. Conjugating like how I mentioned. For se laver, you get these conjugations. Let me pronounce them. For se coucher, it is je me couche, tu te couches, il se couche, elle se couche, nous nous couchons, vous vous couchez, il se couche, elle se couche. For se lever, please note the conjugations. You put an accent grave over the E for je, tu, il, elle and ILS and ELLES. But for nous and vous, there is no accent grave. Please remember this well. The pronunciations are je me lève, tu te lèves, il se lève, elle se lève, nous nous lèvons, vous vous levez, il se lève, elle se lève. Hope you understood on how to conjugate the reflexive verbs.
As I mentioned in the previous slide, we use reflexive verbs to speak our daily activities. I have given an example of the daily activity of two people, Catherine and Charles. Journée quotidienne de Catherine, journée quotidienne de Charles. Journée means day, quotidien means daily. I have marked the reflexive verbs in red and the other verbs in blue, meaning the blue colored ones are not reflexive verbs. I have not given the English translation this time because it is quite easy to understand since I have used the verbs that we did till now and followed by the time. I'm sure you'll all understand it quite easily. If you're not able to, just try to go back and see the meanings of the verbs. For example, se réveiller is to wake up. So when I mention je me réveille, it means I wake up at 6:30. Let's start. On y va. On y va means let's go. Let's start. Je me réveille à 6h30. Je me lève à 7h et je me brosse les dents. What is the difference between these two? When I say je me réveille, it means I wake up, but I'm still in bed. When I say je me lève is when I get up from the bed. That's the difference. Je me lave à 7h15 et je m'habille à 7h30. Je me coiffe et je me maquille à 8h15. À 8h, je prends mon petit déjeuner et je vais au travail. Je rentre chez moi à 17h. Je me promène à 18h. À 19h30, je regarde la télé. Je me couche à 22h et je m'endors à 23h. Again, what is the difference between these two? When I say me couche, je me couche, it means I'm going to bed, but I have not fallen asleep. So I go to bed at 22 hours, that is 10 p.m. But I actually go to sleep at 23 hours, which is 11 p.m. Now, let's look at the same for Charles. I have given an example of a girl and boy here because I have used few verbs, reflexive verbs I have used different. And also while doing past tense, I'll use the same example and teach you on how to put them in past tense. Okay, now let us look at the daily activity of Charles. La journée quotidienne de Charles. Je me réveille à 6h30. Je me lève à 7h et je me brosse les dents. Je me rase à 7h15 et je me douche à 7h30. Je me peigne et je me prépare à Vitar mualakar. À Vitar, je prends mon petit déjeuner et je vais au travail. Je rentre chez moi à 17h. Je joue au foot avec mes amis à 18h. À 19h30, je regarde la télé. Je me couche à 22h et je m'endors à 23h. Maybe you can try writing your daily activity using the same format. Bonne chance. All the best.
Let's learn how to conjugate three important verbs: pouvoir, ulvar, and devoir. These are called modal verbs, which means they are mostly followed by a verb in infinitive. Verb in infinitive means the full verb without conjugating it. Pouvoir means to be able to or can. It expresses the ability to do something. Ulvar means to want. It expresses a desire. Devoir means must. It expresses an obligation. Let's see how to conjugate them. Again, these are irregular verbs. We can say irregular verbs ending in OIR. Few more we will see in the coming slides. Let's see first how pouvoir is conjugated and its pronunciations. So for je, it is P-E-U-X. Je peux. Per. For tu, again it's the same. It's P-E-U-X. Tu, per. Per. And for il and l, it's P-E-U-T. Il peut, elle peut. For nous, it's P-O-U-V-O-N-S. Nous pouvons. For vous, it is P-O-U-V-E-Z. Vous pouvez. For ILS and ELLES, it is P-E-U-V-E-N-T. Pav. Pav. So I repeat the pronunciations alone. Je peux, tu peux, il peut, elle peut, nous pouvons, vous pouvez, ils peuvent, elles peuvent. Hope you understood the pronunciations clearly. A hint to remember all these conjugations is the nous and vous takes the stem from the verb in infinitive after removing the OIR, and we add ONS to nous and EZ to vous. Je and tu has the same conjugations. So you have to just remember by heart only these three. PEUX for je and tu, PEUT for il and el, and PEUVENT for ILS and ELLES. For nous and vous, as I mentioned, it takes the stem after removing the OIR and you add ONS and EZ for nous and vous respectively. Now let's look few phrases using pouvoir. I can ride a horse. Here, to ride a horse, we can say monter à cheval, and the conjugating pouvoir with je, the sentence is je peux monter à cheval. The next one is, can we go out tonight? It's a question. So using the inversion, it becomes pouvons-nous sortir ce soir? Hope you understood how to conjugate pouvoir, its pronunciations, and how to make simple phrases using pouvoir. Let's learn on how to conjugate the verb devoir. So for je, it is D-O-I-S. Je dois. For tu, again, it is D-O-I-S. Tu dois. For il and elle, it is D-O-I-T. Il doit, elle doit. So the pronunciations for all the singular subject pronouns is the same. For nous, it is devons. D-E-V-O-N-S. For vous, it is D-E-V-E-Z, pronounced as the way. For ILS and ELLES, it is D-O-I-V-E-N-T, pronounced as doivent. Only the pronunciations for you all. Je dois, tu dois, il doit, elle doit, nous devons, vous devez, ils doivent, elles doivent.
Now, as I mentioned for pouvoir verb, for this verb too, the nous and vous, it takes a stem from the infinitive after removing the OIR. So you remove the OIR, take the stem, and then you add ONS for nous and EZ for vous. For je and tu, the conjugations remains the same. So again here as well you need to by heart to remember just 3 conjugations, that is DOIS for je and tu, DOIT for ill and el, and DOIVENT for ILS and ELLES. Let's look at few phrases using the verb devoir. The first one is you must study well. To study is the verb étudier and for well it is bien. So conjugating devoir with tu, the sentence becomes tu dois bien étudier. Please note here again, the verb devoir is followed by a verb in infinitive. Bien is an adverb and you generally place the adverb in between 2 verbs if there are 2 verbs in a sentence. We will, however, learn the placement of adverbs in detail while doing that lesson. Let's see the next sentence. He must go to the doctor. Conjugating devoir with he, it becomes il doit aller chez le médecin. I have given a small note here. Devoir also means to owe if followed by a noun as given in this example. If I have to say he owes me 100 euros, I can use the verb devoir to say owe. So the sentence in this becomes il me doit 100 euros. Il me doit 100 euros. You're conjugating devoir with il. Hope you understood how to conjugate devoir, its pronunciations and making simple phrases using this verb. Let's now learn how to conjugate the verb vouloir. For je, it is V-E-U-X, je veux. For tu, it is V-E-U-X again, tu veux. For il and elle, it is V-E-U-T, il veut, elle veut. However, the pronunciation for all these 3 remains the same. Next for nous, it is V-O-U-L-O-N-S, nous voulons. For vous, it is V-O-U-L-E-Z, vous voulez. For ILS and ELLES, it is V-E-U-L-E-N-T, ils veulent, elles veulent. So I repeat the pronunciations, je veux, tu veux, il veut, elle veut, nous voulons, vous voulez, ils veulent, elles veulent. If you see in all these 3 verbs, the ILS and ELLES conjugation is slightly different, even as pronunciations. I repeat the pronunciations just for ILS and ELLES for all the 3 verbs again. For pouvoir, it is ils peuvent, elles peuvent. For devoir, it is ils doivent, elles doivent. And for vouloir, it is ils veulent, elles veulent. Please note these pronunciations correctly. As I mentioned again for pouvoir and devoir, for this verb too, the nous and vous, it takes a stem from the infinitive after removing the OIR. So you remove the OIR, take the stem, and then you add ONS for nous and EZ for vous. So you need to remember the balance 3 conjugations. For je and tu, it is VEUX. For il and el, it's VEUT. And for ILS and ELLES, it is VEULENT. Let's now make a few phrases using the verb vouloir. I want to go out this evening. The verb for to go out, it is sortir. And want is vouloir. So conjugating want with I, it becomes je veux. And then you put the verb in infinitive. The verb to be put in infinitive here is sortir. So je veux sortir ce soir. The next sentence is she wants to buy a house in the center of the town. Conjugating vouloir with she, the sentence becomes elle veut acheter une maison au centre-ville. To buy is acheter and center of the town is centre-ville. Hope you understood on how to conjugate these 3 verbs and how to make simple phrases using them.
In this section, we will learn about how to ask directions and how to tell directions in French.
The verbs and the vocabulary we generally use to tell the directions are given here. I have given the verbs we commonly use, questions on how to ask the direction, and the vocabulary we use. We will go through these first and then look at these phrases. Verbs commonly used to give directions. Tourner means to turn. Prendre means to take. Aller means to go. Continuer means to continue. Traverser means to cross. Descendre means to go down. Now let's look at the questions on how to ask for directions. We start with excusez-moi, which means excuse me and ask any of these questions. Où est followed by the noun. For example, la poste. Où est la poste? Which means where is the post office. Où sont? We use this if the noun is plural. Où sont les toilettes? Where are the washrooms? Might be in English we will say where is the washroom? Where is the restroom?
But in French, the noun toilette is always in plural while referring to washroom or restroom.
One more way to ask where is you can use où se trouve. Où se trouve. So if you have to ask where is the post office, you can also ask où se trouve la poste.
Comment peut-on aller
à followed by the noun. Example, if you have to ask how do we go to the cinema, then we would say
comment peut-on aller au cinéma?
Now let's look at the vocabulary. Feu rouge, feu tricolore means traffic signal. Carrefour means crossroads. Pont means bridge. Passage piéton means pedestrian crossing. Bouchon or embouteillage means traffic jam. Sens interdit means no entry. Rond-point means roundabout. Coin means corner. Trottoir means sidewalk or pavement. Now that we learned the commonly used verbs, how to ask directions and the vocabulary, now let's look at these phrases. So if we have to say go straight or continue straight, then we would say aller tout droit. Aller tout droit or continuer tout droit. Continuer tout droit. The pronunciation of this is tout droit. If you have to say turn right, then you would say tourner à droite. Tourner à droite. The difference here is you say droit. You don't pronounce the T here, but here you pronounce the T. Tout droit. À droite. The next one, if you have to say turn left, then you would say tourner à gauche. Tourner à gauche. Take the first street on the left. Prendre la première rue à gauche. Take the first street on the right. Prendre la première rue à droite. Cross the road or the bridge. Cross the road, traverser les rues. Cross the bridge, traverser le pont. Go down the street, descendre la rue. At the end of the street, take or turn. Au bout de la rue, prenez or tournez, à gauche, à droite, you can say anything. And for example, if you want to say that it is in front of this or it is next to, near to, right of, to the left of, behind or in front of, you use all these prepositions. C'est en face de, c'est à côté de, c'est près de, c'est à droite de, c'est à gauche de, c'est derrière, c'est devant, plus the noun.
Please note that I have mentioned all the verbs here in infinitive. You can use the imperative form while giving directions.
Hope you understood on how to ask directions and how to tell directions in French.
We come to this section of En parle, a small dialogue that helps you in reading, understanding and listening. This dialogue is between two passerbys on the road. I will read it in French and its English equivalent is given here. Le passant un. Bonjour monsieur, pouvez-vous m'aider s'il vous plaît? Le passant deux. Oui, bien sûr. Le passant un. Où est la poste, s'il vous plaît? Le passant deux. Descendez cette rue et allez tout droit. Au bout de la rue, tournez à droite. Le passant un. D'accord. Et puis? Le passant deux. Continuez jusqu'au feu rouge et tournez à gauche. Et la poste est à 100 mètres sur votre gauche. Le passant un. C'est très loin d'ici? Le passant deux. Non, c'est juste 5 minutes en voiture. Le passant un. Merci beaucoup. Le passant deux. De rien.
The verbs that we are going to learn now to conjugate are mettre, admettre, promettre, and permettre. Mettre means to put, admettre means to admit or to confess, promettre means to promise, and permettre means to permit or to authorize. Here again, if you know by heart the conjugations of the verb mettre, then you can prefix an ad for admettre, pro for promettre, and per for permettre. Let's see on how to conjugate mettre. The endings of these verbs are conjugated almost similar to the regular re verbs in terms of adding an s with je and thu, and you add nothing for the il and l. For nu you add ons, and for vu you add an ez, and for ils and elles you add an ent. However, this verb has two stems, one for the singular subject pronoun and a different one for the plural subject pronoun. For the singular subject pronoun, you remove the tre and met is the stem. To this stem, you add the endings as I mentioned before. S for je and thu, and nothing for il and l. For the plural subject pronouns, you remove only the re and you take mett as the stem and add ons for nu, ez for vu, and ent for ils and elles. Doing so, you get these conjugations. Let me pronounce each of them. Je mets, tu mets, il met, elle met. The pronunciation for all these three conjugations remains the same. Nous mettons, vous mettez, il met, elle met. Let's see a phrase using mettre. I put all the files on the desk. So conjugating mettre with je, the sentence becomes je mets tous les dossiers sur le bureau. The next verb is promettre. You prefix pro to the conjugations of mettre and you get the conjugation of promettre. These are its pronunciations. Je promets, tu promets, il promet, elle promet, nous promettons, vous promettez, il promet, elle promet. A phrase using promettre. She promises to study 2 hours every day. Elle promet d'étudier 2 heures par jour. Conjugating promettre with elle, you put elle promet. But then you must be thinking, why have I used this preposition the here? I remember mentioning before as well that certain verbs are followed by certain prepositions, and promettre is generally followed by the preposition the. And after a preposition, you generally put the verb in infinitive. The verb here is étudier, so it becomes d'étudier. Now, you can conjugate the verbs admettre and permettre on your own. For admettre, you prefix an ad, and for permettre, you prefix a per to the conjugations of mettre. I hope you understood how to conjugate these verbs, its pronunciations, and how to make simple phrases using them.
En parle. As we see at the end of every lesson, this section, En parle, is to help in understanding and reading. This dialogue also helps in understanding the basic conversations you will have in a restaurant. I have given a list of vocabulary used in a restaurant at the end of this lesson. I would kindly request you to please go through the same before listening or reading this dialogue. That would help you better to understand on your own. I will first read it in French and the English equivalent is given in the next slide. This dialogue is between two persons and a server in a restaurant. Server: Bonjour madame, comment je peux vous aider? Client 1: Bonjour monsieur, je veux une table pour 2 personnes. Serveur: D'accord, suivez-moi. Voilà votre table. Client 1: Merci, pouvons-nous commander? Serveur: Oui, bien sûr. Que désirez-vous comme les entrées? Client 1: Je veux de la salade verte. Client 2: Et moi, je prends une salade niçoise. Serveur: D'accord. Et comme le plat principal? Client 1: Quel est le plat du jour? Serveur: C'est le petit frites et le poisson grillé. Client 1: Je préfère le poisson grillé. Client 2: Moi, je prends un petit frites. Serveur: Bien. Et comme les boissons? Client 1: Une bouteille d'eau et un jus d'orange. Serveur: D'accord. Après le repas? Serveur: Comment avez-vous trouvé le repas? Client 1: C'est vraiment délicieux. Oui, excellent. Et l'addition, s'il vous plaît? Serveur: Voilà l'addition et vous payez comment? Par carte ou par chèque ou en espèces? Client 1: En espèces. Client 2: En partage? Client 1: Ah non, c'est pour moi. Client 2: Ok, je laisse le pourboire. That's the end of the dialogue. I would like to point out a few things here. We just did partitive articles wherein I mentioned that we use partitive articles with food and drinks for undetermined quantity. But if you see here, with préférer, I would have used a definite article because we always use a definite article with verbs like aimer, préférer, adorer, détester when you like to tell your preference. Next is l'addition, which means bill or check. And in restaurant, to ask for bill or check, we use this word l'addition. And the next one is vous payez comment? How are you going to pay? Generally, we pay by these three methods: by card, by check, and in cash. So if you see the prepositions, I would have used par for carte and check and en for espèce. These are the prepositions that we generally use with these words. Hope you understood the dialogue and the important words used in a restaurant. Let's now learn about two tenses, le futur proche et le passé récent. These two tenses are the easiest ones to conjugate in French. Futur proche is used to explain the events in the future and passé récent is used to express the events in past. Let's see in detail. First, the definition. Le futur proche est utilisé pour exprimer les actions dans le futur qui se passent dans l'avenir proche. It means futur proche is used to express the actions in the future that happens in the near future. So for those actions that's going to happen in the near future, we use futur proche. Proche means near in French. The English equivalent of futur proche is going to do something. Now, let's see the definition of passé récent. Le passé récent est utilisé pour exprimer les actions Dans le passé, qui se passe dans le passé proche. Passé récent is used to express the actions in the past that happens in the near past. The difference between futur proche and passé récent is we use futur proche to express actions in the near future and passé récent is used to express actions in the near past. Now let's learn how to put the verbs in futur proche.
On utilise deux éléments.
Le présent de l'indicatif du verbe aller et le verbe infinitive. So we use two components, the present tense of the verb aller and the verb in infinitive. Sujet plus le présent de l'indicatif du verbe aller plus infinitive du verb. We put the subject, conjugate aller in present tense, and then we put the main verb in the infinitive. As you all know, the verb infinitive means the verb in its full form. That is the unconjugated verb. Let's now see how to conjugate the verbs in passé récent. On utilise trois éléments, le présent de l'indicatif du verbe venir, de et le verbe infinitive. We use three components, the present tense of the verb venir, de and the verb in infinitive. Sujet plus le présent de l'indicatif du verbe venir plus de plus infinitive du verb. Please note in passé récent, we have the in between venir and verb in infinitive. Let's now conjugate the verbs manger and se coucher in both futur proche and passé récent. For conjugating in futur proche, as I mentioned earlier, we put the subject je, conjugate aller with je in the present tense, it becomes je vais, and then we put the verb in infinitive. The verb we need to put in infinitive here is manger. Therefore, the sentence is je vais manger, which means I am going to eat. Let's now conjugate a reflexive verb, se coucher. Again using the subject je. Conjugating aller with je, it is je vais, and then you put the verb in infinitive. The verb here is se coucher. But since it's a reflexive verb and the reflexive pronoun with je is me, therefore by putting the reflexive pronoun, it becomes je vais me coucher. I am going to bed. Let's now see how to put these two verbs in passé récent, again using the subject je. For passé récent, we conjugate the verb venir with je in present tense, so it becomes je viens, and then we put the, so je viens de, and then the verb in infinitive. The sentence becomes je viens de manger, meaning I just ate. Let's now put this reflexive verb se coucher in passé récent. Again, using the subject je, conjugating with venir in the present tense, it becomes je viens, and then you put de, so je viens de, and the verb to be put in infinitive here is se coucher. Again, the reflexive pronoun for je is me. So putting je with me, the sentence becomes je viens de me coucher, meaning I just went to bed. Now, let's look at these sentences. I have combined both passé récent and futur proche in the same sentence for a better understanding. Let's see each of them. Je viens de finir les devoirs et maintenant je vais jouer. Viens de finir is in passé récent and vais jouer is in futur proche. So it means I just finished the homework and now I am going to play. Hope you understood the difference. The next one is nous venons d'acheter une nouvelle maison et nous allons déménager cette semaine. So the verb venons d'acheter is in passé récent and allons déménager is in futur proche. So the meaning of the sentence is we just bought a new house and we are going to shift this week. The next one is il vient de partir et il va arriver, where these now are. Vient de partir is in passé récent and va arriver is in futur proche. So the meaning is he just left and he is going to arrive around 7 p.m. Let's see the next one. Elle vient d'arriver et elle est très fatiguée. Donc, elle va se coucher. Vient d'arriver is in passé récent and va se coucher is in future proche. So the sentence becomes she just arrived and she is very tired. Therefore, she is going to bed. I hope you all understood the differences between future proche and passé récent and how to conjugate them.
Let's now learn how to negate and frame questions in future proche and passé récent. La négation. We all know that we use ne and pas on either side of the conjugated verb to negate. The same we do for both future proche and passé récent. For future proche, we put ne and pas on either side of the conjugated verb aller, and for passé récent, we put ne and pas on either side of the conjugated verb venir. If we have to negate the sentence, je vais sortir ce soir. So putting ne and pas on either side of vais, it will be je ne vais pas sortir ce soir. Je vais sortir ce soir means I'm going out this evening, and je ne vais pas sortir ce soir means I am not going out this evening. For passé récent, let's negate the sentence je viens de sortir. Putting ne and pas on either side of the verb viens, we get je ne viens pas de sortir. Je viens de sortir means I just left, and je ne viens pas de sortir means I did not just leave. Now for the interrogation. Let's use the verb regarder and put them in interrogation. We know there are three ways to ask a question. Let's see how to ask a question in all these three ways using future proche and passé récent. The first one is intonation. Tu vas regarder la télé? Are you going to watch TV? The second one is with est-ce que, so prefix est-ce que with this. So it becomes est-ce que tu vas regarder la télé? And for the inversion, you invert the conjugated verb aller and the subject. So it becomes vas-tu regarder la télé? Now, let's see for passé récent. The first one will be tu viens de regarder la télé? Using est-ce que, you prefix est-ce que before tu. Est-ce que tu viens de regarder la télé? And then the inversion. Viens-tu de regarder la télé? Hope you understood how to frame questions and negate in future proche and passé récent. Le passé composé. Le passé composé est utilisé pour exprimer les actions dans le passé et pour exprimer une action achevée. We use passé composé to express actions in the past and to express a completed action in the past. In English, you say, I played badminton yesterday. I went to the beach yesterday. These are completed actions in the past. In French, you use passé composé to express these actions in the past. Il se construit avec deux éléments, le verbe auxiliaire et le participe passé du verbe. Verb auxiliaire is called as auxiliary verb and participe passé is called as past participle in English. I will be using these verbs interchangeably while explaining in English. The passé composé is constructed using the auxiliary verb and the past participle of the verb. It is sujet plus le verbe auxiliaire plus le participe passé du verbe. We all know what subject is. It is je, tu, il, elle, nous, vous, ils and elles. We need to understand what is the auxiliary verb and what is the past participle. Auxiliary verb can be avoir or être. Avoir and être acts as an helping verb to form the past tense. When to use avoir and when to use être, we will see in detail little later. Right now, let's understand what is the
past participle of a verb. I repeat, passé composé is used to express the completed actions in the past. It is formed by using the subject plus the auxiliary verb and plus the past participle of the verb. Auxiliary verb can be either avoir or être. What is the past participle of the verb? Let's see that in detail now. For all ER verbs, you remove the ER and replace it with E accent aigu. For parler, the past participle is PARLE accent aigu. And for manger, you remove the ER and replace it with an E accent aigu. So it will be MANGE accent aigu. Let's now look at the past participle of IR verbs. You remove the IR and replace it with an I. So for example, for finir, it will be FINI. And for remplir, it is REMPLI. You remove the IR and replace it with an I. The next, for the RE verbs, you remove the RE and replace it with an U. For attendre, the past participle becomes attendu, and for entendre, the past participle becomes entendu. Hope you understood what will be the past participle for ER verbs, IR verbs and RE verbs. But we have few exceptions. We have few verbs which does not follow this rule. You need to by heart the same. The first one is avoir. The past participle is EU. U. Être. E accent aigu. T. E accent aigu. Était. Boire. It is BU. Bu. For fair, it is FAIT. Fair. For connaître, it is CONNU. Connu. For savoir, it is SU. Su. For lire, it is LU. Lu. For écrire, it is E accent aigu. CRIT. Écrit. For mettre, it is MIS. Me. For pouvoir, it is PU. Pew. For ulvar, it is VOULU. Voulu. For prendre, it is PRIS. Pri. For voir, it is VU. View. For devoir, it is DU. U has a circumflex. Due. For dire, it is DIT. D. For ouvrir, it is ouvert. OUVERT. For rire, it is RI. Re. You have to by heart these exceptions. Now to summarize, for ER verbs, you remove the ER and replace it with an E accent aigu. For IR verbs, you remove the IR and replace it with an I. And for RE verbs, you remove the RE and replace it with an U. And apart from all these, you have all these exceptions. Hope you now understood very clearly on how to form the past participle or le participe passé of different verbs. Now let's learn about le verbe auxiliaire or the auxiliary verb. As I mentioned earlier, we use either avoir or être as the auxiliary verb. You should know when to use avoir and when to use être. Tous les verbes, sauf les verbes suivants, utilisent avoir comme le verbe auxiliaire. Ces verbes suivants et tous les verbes pronominaux utilisent le verbe être comme le verbe auxiliaire. It means all the verbs except the following verbs use avoir as the auxiliary verb. These following verbs and all the pronominal verbs use être as the auxiliary verb. So let's see the verbs that use être as the auxiliary verb in detail. You can call them as Dr. Mrs. Vandra Tramp. Let's look at each one of them along with its past participle. The first one is D.
devenir. The past participle is devenu, D-E-V-E-N-U. R, revenir, revenue, R-E-V-E-N-U. M, monte, M-O-N-T-E accent aigu, monte. R, rentre, R-E-N-T-R-E accent aigu, rentre. S, sortir, S-O-R-T-I, sorti. V, venir, V-E-N-U, venue. A, arrive, A-R-R-I-V-E accent aigu, arrive. N, naître, N-E accent aigu, né. D, descendre, D-E-S-C-E-N-D-U, descendu. E, entrer, E-N-T-R-E accent aigu, entrer. R, retourner, R-E-T-O-U-R-N-E accent aigu, retourner. T, tomber, T-O-M-B-E accent aigu, tomber. Rester, R-E-S-T-E accent aigu, rester. Aller, A-L-L-E accent aigu, aller. Mourir, M-O-R-T, mort. Partir, P-A-R-T-I, parti. A, tous les verbes pronominaux. If you see the past participle of all these verbs, most of the verbs follow the rule. But there are few verbs that don't follow the rule. The first two is naître and mourir. For naître, it is N-E accent aigu, and for mourir, it is M-O-R-T. The next three is venir, devenir and revenir. For venir, even though it's an IR verb, the past participle is venu, V-E-N-U. Once you remember for venir, you can just prefix a DE for devenir and RE for revenir. So it's devenu for devenir and revenue for revenir. Now to summarize, all these verbs and the pronominal verbs use être as the auxiliary verb. All the other verbs except these verbs use avoir as the auxiliary verb. Now you know what is the auxiliary verb and what is the past participle of each verb. Now let's see how to form the passé composé. To make it easy, please remember three things while forming the passé composé. The first one is use the right auxiliary verb, avoir or être. The second one is use the right past participle. And third one, the most important thing which many people forget is the accord. What do you mean by accord? I'll explain to you in detail now. Avec le verbe auxiliaire, le participe passé ne se accorde pas avec le sujet. So what it means is, with avoir as the auxiliary verb, the past participle does not accord. Mais, but, avec le auxiliaire être, le participe passé s'accorde toujours en genre et en nombre avec le sujet. What it means is, with être as the auxiliary verb, the past participle accords always in gender and in number with the subject. So when I say gender and number, what it means is, there are two genders, masculine and feminine, and when I say nombre, it is singular and plural. When the subject is masculine, you don't do any accord. But when the subject is feminine, you add an E to the past participle. Let's take the example of descendu, which is the past participle of descendre. So you add an E to descendu when the subject is feminine. Next is when the subject is singular, you don't add anything, meaning you don't do any accord. But if the subject is plural, you add an S to the past participle. Let's again take the example of descendu. You add an S to descendu if the subject is plural. You can remember it this way. When the subject is masculine singular, there is no accord with the past participle. Otherwise, you should accord. And you do this accord only when you use être as the auxiliary verb. So to summarize, please remember three things. Putting the right auxiliary verb, putting the right past participle, and third one is accord. Hope you understood clearly how to form passé composé. L'imparfait. L'imparfait is also used to describe the events in the past. Let's first see how to conjugate the imparfait and then see when to use imparfait. On forme l'imparfait sur le radical de la première personne plurielle nous du présent. Les terminaisons sont AIS, AIS, AIT, IONS, IEZ, AIENT. The endings are AIS for je, AIS for tu, AIT for Elendel, IONS for nu, IEZ for vous, and AIENT for ILS and the ELLES. Please note the endings remain the same for all the verbs, just the radical changes. When I say radical, what does it mean? I'll explain to you in detail now. So let's take the example of the verb parler. You first conjugate parler in present tense with nous. So it is nous parlons. You remove the ONS. After removing the ONS, whatever is remaining, PARL, is called the radical. Take the radical PARL and add these endings. So it becomes je parlais, tu parlais, il parlait, elle parlait, nous parlions, vous parliez, il parlait, elle parlait. Attention, pour le verbe être, le radical est et. There is only one exemption to imparfait. It is the verb être. The radical is e accent aigu t. This is the only exception. All the other verbs follow the rule of conjugating the verb with nous in the present tense and removing the ONS, taking the balance as the radical and adding all these endings. Let's see one more example of verb finir. So when you conjugate with nous, it becomes nous finissons. You remove the ONS, take the balance as the radical, FINISS, and add all these endings. So it becomes je finissais, tu finissais, il finissait, elle finissait, nous finissions, vous finissiez, il finissait, elle finissait. Now let's look at for the verb être. As I mentioned, the radical is e accent aigu t. Then with this radical, you add all these endings. So it becomes j'étais, tu étais, il était, elle était, nous étions, vous étiez, ils étaient, elles étaient. Hope you understood how to conjugate an imparfait. Now let us look when to use imparfait. On utilise l'imparfait pour décrire quelque chose dans le passé. We use imparfait for describing things in the past. Like if you want to say the climate was good, it was an unforgettable day. Here you're describing how the climate was. You're describing how your day was. So for giving any description in the past, you use imparfait. Il faisait beau. C'était une journée inoubliable. Here you're conjugating the verb faire and here you're conjugating the verb être in the imparfait. The second one is pour exprimer une habitude dans le passé. To express a habit in the past. So for example, if you have been doing something continuously in the past, like for example, if you used to do yoga every day in the past, so it is an action that you have been doing continuously in the past, you use imparfait. The English equivalent is when you say, I used to. And one more example is if you have to say, I used to go to the church every Sunday when I was young. So here again, you have been doing an action every week continuously in the past for some time. Then you use am parfait. I used to do yoga every day when I was young. Je faisais du yoga tous les jours quand j'étais jeune. I used to go to church every Sunday when I was young. J'allais à l'église chaque dimanche quand j'étais jeune. The next one is to speak about an action still continuing in the past. Pour parler d'une action en progression dans le passé. So this is one very important difference between passé composé and imparfait. If you remember in passé composé, I would have mentioned clearly that it expresses the completed past actions. Here, when the action is still continuing for a period of time in the past, you use imparfait. For example, he came while I was watching the TV. So here if you see, I was watching the TV. So when that person came, you're still watching the TV. The action is still continuing, past continuous. Here you use am parfait, and to say he came, you use passé composé. So the sentence will be, il est venu quand je regardais la télé. Hope you understood the difference. One more example is, the phone rang while I was sleeping. Here, you were sleeping. Action is continuing when the phone rang. So, the phone rang will be in passé composé. And while I was sleeping will be in am parfait. Le téléphone a sonné quand je dormais. Hope you understood how to conjugate am parfait and when to use them. Inviter, accepter et refuser une invitation. Let's see now how to invite and how to accept or refuse an invitation. First, let's look at few sentences we use to invite someone. Inviter quelqu'un. Je vais au cinéma ce soir. Tu viens avec moi? Which means I'm going to the movie this evening. You will come with me? Au cinéma can be replaced with any other place like au restaurant, à la plage or à la piscine, etc. The next sentence is ça te or ça vous dit d'aller au restaurant ce soir. Ça te dit or ça vous dit means if you're interested or like you're asking, are you in for it? And it's followed by the preposition the plus the verb. After the preposition the, you always put the verb in infinitive. And then the noun again, restaurant here, can also be replaced with any other place like au cinéma, etc. Es-tu libre ce weekend? On peut faire un pique-nique? Are you free this weekend? Faire un pique-nique means go on a picnic. So can we go on a picnic? The next sentence is, si tu es libre, on peut sortir ce soir. Libre means free. So the question is, if you're free, can we go out this evening? These are few ways on how you can invite someone. How do you accept or refuse these invitations? For accepting the invitation, you can use any of these phrases. Oui, c'est une bonne idée, meaning yes, it's a good idea. Merci, avec plaisir. Thank you, with pleasure. Plaisir means pleasure. D'accord, which means okay, a very simple acceptance of an invitation. Volontiers. Volontiers means gladly. Oui, c'est sympa. Yes, it's nice. Pourquoi pas? C'est possible. Means why not? It's possible. Now, let's see how to refuse. Non, pas possible. Désolé. No, not possible. Sorry. Merci, mais je ne peux pas. J'ai trop de travail. Thank you, but I cannot. I have too much work. Trop means too much. Je ne suis pas libre. I'm not free. Malheureusement, je suis très occupé. Unfortunately, I'm very busy. Très means very. Occupé means busy. You put an extra E here while writing if you're a female. No, je n'aime pas ça. No, I don't like it. Pas possible. Une autre fois peut-être. Not possible. Another time perhaps. Peut-être means perhaps. You can also combine 2 or 3 of the sentences. For example, you can say no, désolé, j'ai trop de travail. Or you can say no, désolé, je ne suis pas libre. No, sorry, it's not possible. Sorry, I'm not free. So you can combine 2 of any of these sentences also to refuse an invitation. So hope you understood how to invite, accept, or refuse an invitation. Maybe you can write a small dialogue with your friend wherein the person is inviting and you're accepting or refusing. Bonne chance. Les vêtements. Vêtements means clothes. Let's now look at the vocabulary for the different types of clothes and the other accessories that we wear. So the first one is une écharpe or a foulard, means scarf. What is the difference between une écharpe and un foulard? The difference is a foulard is generally tied to the neck and is very small than une écharpe, whereas une écharpe is always long and rectangle in shape. The next one is a blouson and une veste. Both means jacket, but what is the difference between these two? Blouson is a short vest that comes till the top of the hips, whereas une veste is longer than a blouson, covering the hips. A manteau means coat, a t-shirt means t-shirt, une jupe means skirt, une robe means dress, un pantalon means pant, une chemise means shirt, une cravate means tie, un costume means suit, un chandail means sweater, un pull means pullover, a jean means jeans, a short means shorts, a legging means leggings, a jogging means tracksuit, des chaussures means shoes, des chaussures à talons means high heel shoes, des chaussures en toile means canvas shoes, des chaussettes means socks, des baskets means sneakers, une casquette, un chapeau. Une casquette means cap, un chapeau means hat. Un collier means necklace, un bracelet means bracelet, un sac à main means handbag, un sac à dos means backpack, des lunettes or des lunettes de soleil. Des lunettes means glasses, des lunettes de soleil means sunglasses. Une bag, ring, des boucles d'oreilles means earrings, une alliance means wedding ring. La matière means material. So how do you say in French by what material a cloth is made of? You use the preposition en plus the material name. So for cotton, it is coton. So if you want to say a cotton pant, then you say pantalon en coton. So use the preposition en. For silk, it is soie. Wool, it is laine. Polyester, it is polyester. Linen, it is lin. For velvet, it is velour. Le motif. Le motif means the pattern. So how do you say that in French? For example, if you want to say it's a striped shirt, it's a dotted skirt, it's a plain shirt. So how do you say all these in French? The pattern in French. For striped, you say a rayure or raye. For dotted, you say a pois. For checked, you say a carreau. For flowered, you say a flower or fleury. For plain, you say uni. If you see here, I have given a few sentences using these two. J'aime les vêtements en coton, en soie et en lin, mais je n'aime pas les vêtements en polyester et en velours. This means I like cotton clothes, silk clothes and linen clothes, but I don't like polyester clothes and
velvet clothes.
the next one is je porte les vêtements unis et à rayures, mais je ne porte pas les vêtements à carreaux, à fleurs et à pois. It means I wear plain clothes or striped clothes, but I don't wear checked clothes, flowered clothes and dotted clothes. So I hope you understood how to say the material and the pattern in French. I've given few more important vocabulary that we generally use related to clothes. Taille. Taille means size. So how do you ask someone what is your size? You ask quelle est ta taille or quelle est votre taille. When you have to say my size is, you use the verb faire. So you say je fais du and then the size. Next is cabine d'essayage means trial room. Tenue means outfit. Here I have made a few sentences to show what one wears at home, office, for outing, etc. À la maison, je porte un short et un t-shirt. Au bureau, je porte un pantalon en coton et une chemise unie. Quelquefois, je porte un costume. Pour une soirée, je porte une robe en soie. Pour une sortie, je porte un jean et un t-shirt rayé. C'est ma tenue favorite et comme les accessoires, je porte un collier en or, un bracelet et des lunettes de soleil. Quand je fais du sport, je porte un jogging, un t-shirt de sport et des baskets. Aujourd'hui, je porte une chemise fleurie et un jean. La négation complexe. We saw about how to negate using ne and pas. But every time we won't be able to use ne and pas alone. For example, if we want to say never, not anymore, nobody, not yet, then we use all these words instead of pas. We use words like rien, personne, plus, pas encore, jamais, etc. instead of pas. Let's look in detail now. The first one is quelque chose. Quelque chose means something. When you have quelque chose in the question, you negate using ne and rien. So you put ne, then the verb and rien, which means anything. Let's look at the example to understand better. Veux-tu quelque chose? You need something? So if you want to negate, we generally put ne and pas on either side of the verb. But here we want to say I don't want anything, not just I don't want. So to say I don't want anything, we use ne and rien. We put ne before the verb and rien after the verb. Therefore the sentence becomes je ne veux rien. Let's look at the next one. It is quelqu'un. Quelqu'un means someone. So when you have quelqu'un in the question, you negate it using personne. Ne, personne means anybody, anyone, or nobody, no one. Let's look at these examples for better understanding. As-tu vu quelqu'un? You saw someone. Now, you want to say, no, I saw no one. Or you want to say, no, I did not see anyone. Then you use ne and personne. So you would say, non, je n'ai vu personne. Please note, I had mentioned while using the passé composé that when you negate in the past tense, then you put ne and pas on either side of the auxiliary verb. But here, ne will come before the auxiliary verb ai, but personne will come after the participle passé. So you say, non, je n'ai vu personne. The next example is, quelqu'un est venu? Here we have quelqu'un at the beginning of the sentence. Hence, we use personne at the beginning of the sentence. So the response is non, personne n'est venu. In this, wherein you use personne at the beginning of the sentence, ne will come after personne. The next one is encore, which means still or again. So when you have encore in the question, you negate using ne and plus. Ne verb plus, which means no longer, no more. Tu veux encore your pizza? You still want pizza? You negate using ne and plus. Ne before the verb and plus after the verb. So it becomes non, je ne veux plus the pizza. Please remember, du becomes the. The partitive articles becomes the in negation. The next one is déjà, which means already. So if you have déjà in the question, negate it using ne and pas encore. Ne verb pas encore means not yet. As-tu déjà fini? Have you already finished? Since this is in past tense, passé composé, as I mentioned earlier, you put ne before the auxiliary verb and pas encore after the auxiliary verb. So the sentence becomes non, je n'ai pas encore fini. No, I have not finished yet. The next one is toujours, which means always. If you have toujours in the question, then you negate it using ne and jamais. Ne verb jamais means never. Tu manges toujours de la viande. You always eat meat. You negate this using ne and jamais. Ne before the verb and jamais after the verb. So the sentence becomes non, je ne mange jamais de viande. Here again, de la becomes the because partitive articles becomes the in negation. Non, je ne mange jamais de viande, which means I never eat meat. Hope you understood.
This section gives you a list of vocabulary of a house and few adjectives that we use to describe it. The first one is fenêtre, means window. Salon means living room. Salle à manger means dining room. Chambre means bedroom. Cuisine means kitchen. Salle de bain, you can add an S, it can be without an S, both are right, which means bathroom. Salle d'eau, which means shower room. Toit means roof. Cheminée means chimney. Porte means door. Lit means bed. Canapé means sofa. Fauteuil means armchair. Sonnette means doorbell. Baignoire means bathtub. Lavabo means wash basin. Évier means sink that we use in the kitchen. Réfrigérateur ou frigo means fridge. Table basse means coffee table. Cuisinière means stove. Four à micro-ondes means microwave oven. Machine à laver means washing machine. Lave-vaisselle means dishwasher. Grenier means loft or attic. Serrure means lock. Now, these are the list of adjectives. Please remember that while using the adjectives, they accord with the noun. So, if you're using grand for maison, which is a feminine noun, then we put an E with grand. The first one is grand, which means big. Tranquille means calm. Agréable means pleasant, nice. Spacieux means spacious. Lumineux means luminous. Bien décoré means well decorated. Propre means clean. I have given a small description of a house using most of the vocabulary that we just saw. La description d'une maison. J'habite dans un appartement et ma maison est au 10e étage. Elle est très grande, agréable et lumineuse. Il y a un salon, deux chambres, un bureau, une salle de bain, une salle d'eau, un balcon et une cuisine. Le salon et les deux chambres sont très spacieux.
À gauche du salon, c'est la chambre de mes parents.
Et ma chambre est à droite du salon.
Le balcon est au fond de la maison. Dans le salon, il y a une table basse entre un grand canapé
et un fauteuil.
Ma chambre est assez grande. Il y a un grand lit. À côté du lit, il y a une armoire et une table de nuit derrière le lit. La cuisine est bien meublée. Il existe un frigo, un four à micro-ondes, une cuisinière, un évier, une machine à laver et un lave-vaisselle.
Je me sens très bien chez moi. The English equivalent is given here.
Let's now learn a few phrases on how to describe the pain in your body, any sickness and vocabulary of the same. We use avoir mal plus the preposition a plus the partie du corps, means the part of the body. So when I say preposition a plus partie du corps, so the part of the body, you will mention it with the definite article. So a plus the definite article will contract wherever necessary according to the rule. So let's see with examples. The first one is, how do you say I have a headache? Head is tête in French and it's feminine. So you say j'ai, you conjugate the verb avoir. So j'ai mal à la tête. So j'ai mal à la tête. I have a headache. Okay. The next one is, I have a toothache or I have a tooth pain. Tooth is dent in French and it's plural. So a plus les will become aux. So you again conjugate avoir with je. Because I've used the subject je. If you have to say that he has tooth pain, then you'll use the subject il and conjugate avoir with il. Or if you want to say she has, then you will use the subject L and conjugate avoir with L. So whichever subject you use, you conjugate avoir with that particular subject. So here I have given examples using the subject je. So to say I have toothache, it will be j'ai mal aux dents. The next one is, I have a back pain. J'ai mal au dos. Because dos, do is masculine. So le plus a contracts to become o. The next one is, I have throat pain.
Throat means gorge. To say I have a throat pain, you would say j'ai mal à la gorge.
I hope you understood on how to write it. You take the avoir, conjugate it with the subject, and then put mal plus the preposition a and the partie du corps, the part of the body. The next one is, I have stomach pain. J'ai mal au ventre. Now, let's see few phrases which you can use to describe your sickness or to say you are sick. The first one is, I have a flu. J'ai une grippe. I am sick. Je suis malade. I have a cold. J'ai un rhume. I have fever. J'ai de la fièvre. I feel weak. Je me sens faible. These are the list of vocabulary. This side are the nouns and here are the verbs. Let me read them for you. Aspirin means aspirin. Antibiotic means antibiotic. Comprimé means tablet or pill. Médicament means medicine. Ordonnance means prescription. Vaccin means vaccine. Syrup means syrup. Tension means blood pressure. Pansement means bandage. Now let's see few verbs. Avaler means to swallow. Ausculter means to examine. Vacciner means to vaccinate. Rembourser means to reimburse. Éternuer means to sneeze. Guérir means to cure. Vomir means to vomit. Se blesser means to hurt yourself. Tousser means to cough. En parle. This section, we have a dialogue between a doctor and the sick patient. I have used the phrases and vocabulary that we just saw, so it is quite easy for you to understand its meanings. This section helps you with understanding and reading. I'll first read it for you once. Un dialogue entre le médecin et son malade. Le malade. Bonjour docteur. Le médecin. Bonjour Charles. Alors, dites-moi, qu'est-ce qui ne va pas? Le malade. Je ne me sens pas bien. Je tousse beaucoup et je éternue depuis 3 jours. J'ai aussi le nez qui coule. Le médecin. Est-ce que vous avez mal à la gauche? Le malade. Oui, quand je vale. Le médecin. D'accord, je vous ausculte. Le médecin ausculte le malade. Le médecin. Vous avez une grippe. Ne vous inquiétez pas, ce n'est pas si grave. Je vous donne les antibiotiques et le sirop. Prenez ces antibiotiques 3 fois par jour pour 3 jours. Voici votre ordonnance. Le malade. Merci docteur. Le médecin. Prenez soin de votre santé. Oui docteur, bonne journée. Here's the English equivalent of the dialogue.
Let's now learn on how to describe the weather in French. Quel temps fait-il? Which means, how is the weather? If you want to ask how the weather is, then you will say, quel temps fait-il? You can describe the weather in 3 ways. Il fait plus adjective, il y a plus noun, il plus a verb. Let's look at each one of them separately and its meanings. So let's first see how do we describe using the adjective. You say il fait plus l'adjective. So the first one is il fait beau, means the weather is nice. Il fait mauvais means the weather is bad. Il fait chaud means it is hot. Il fait froid means it is cold. Il fait doux means it is warm. And if you want to say the temperature, then you can say il fait dash degré. For example, if you want to say that it is 30 degrees Celsius, then you can say il fait 30 degrés. Next, we will see how do you describe the weather using the noun. You use il y a plus a nom. So for masculine nouns, you use du. For feminine nouns, you use de la. And for plural, you use they. If the noun is starting with a vowel, you use del apostrophe. Il y a du vent means it is windy. Il y a du soleil means it is sunny. Il y a du brouillard means it is foggy. Il y a de la pluie means it is raining. Il y a des nuages means it is cloudy. Il y a de l'orage means there is storm. Il y a un arc-en-ciel means there is a rainbow. Next, let's see how do we describe the weather using the verb. You say il plus un verb. Il pleut means it is raining. Il neige means it is snowing. Il grêle means there are hailstorms. Now let's see few sentences describing the activities, what one does according to the weather. Quand il fait beau, je me promène dans le parc. Meaning, when the weather is nice, I walk in the park. Let's see the sentence. Je n'aime pas la pluie. On ne peut pas sortir quand il pleut. I don't like the rain. We cannot go out when it rains. The next one is quand il neige, j'adore faire un bon homme de neige. When it snows, I love to make a snowman. Now what is that you like to do if the weather is nice, or if it rains, or if it snows? You can try making few sentences. Bonne chance. All the best.